Long before cities, medicine, warm houses, and electric light, the human body carried a survival trait that made our species far harder, stranger, and more resilient than we are today. It was not strength, not speed, and not intelligence alone. It was something older, more primitive, and for thousands of years. It helped humans endure cold, hunger, pain, and exposure in ways that now feel almost unimaginable. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy, because tonight we are uncovering the primitive trait humans almost still had. Night settles fast over open ground when there is no wall, no woven roof, no door to close against the dark. The wind moves first, pressing low through grass and scrub. Then the cold follows it, patient and absolute, flattening every living thing to the same hard truth. In that world, a human body is never merely a body. It is shelter, alarm system, furnace, memory, and weapon all at once. It sweats to survive heat, shakes to survive cold, seals wounds with clotting blood, widens its eyes in darkness, wakes at the sound of movement beyond the firelight, stores fat against scarcity, and burns through strength with a recklessness that only makes sense in a species that spends most of its existence one failed season away from disappearance. For most of human history, survival does not begin in the mind. It begins in tissue, nerve, skin, hunger, reflex, and fear. And somewhere inside that ancient machinery, there is a trait we almost never think about now. Because civilization has done its best to make us forget it was ever there. It is not a claw, not a tail, not a thick coat of fur, nothing so obvious or dramatic. It is more subtle than that, which may be why it is so haunting. It lives in the way the body answers exposure, in the way it can still tighten blood vessels against cold, still flood muscles with sudden force, still endure shock for a brief and dangerous stretch longer than comfort should allow. It survives in the fact that human beings remain, even now, far more physically ancient than they like to imagine. Beneath climate control, electric light, cooked food, soft bedding, and walls that keep out weather and predators alike, the body still carries instructions written for a world with no guarantees. The primitive trait humans almost still had is not one single organ or one magical adaptation. It is a package of old survival capacities, especially our once greater tolerance for raw exposure, instability, and environmental stress. A deeper built-in readiness for hardship that helped early humans exist in places and conditions that should have crushed them. What survives today is only the thinned remnant of something older, harsher, and more complete. Before we go deeper, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, if this is the kind of history and mystery you enjoy. Modern life makes the ancient body look weaker than it really is. A brief power cut in winter can feel like an emergency. A missed meal becomes irritability. A night outdoors without proper gear seems almost unthinkable to many people. Yet none of this proves that the human organism was ever delicate. It proves something stranger. It proves that culture has become so effective at buffering the body from the world that the old systems rarely have to reveal themselves. They still exist, but dimly used, like a set of tools kept at the back of a drawer in a house built so well that no one expects the roof to leak. The body we call modern is, in many ways, a heavily protected antique. That antique carries marks of an older contract with the planet. Human beings are tropical primates by deep ancestry, but they become a species that enters deserts, grasslands, mountains, coastlines, forests, and eventually the bitter margins of the Ice Age. They do this not because they evolve overnight into perfect cold weather animals, nor because they suddenly transcend nature with intelligence alone, but because their bodies and social habits together permit a dangerous compromise. They are still vulnerable, still easy to kill, still lacking the thick insulation, speed, teeth, and instinctive specialization of many other mammals, but they can endure. They can suffer through shifts in temperature, long pursuit, wounds, thirst, interrupted sleep, and uncertain calories. They can keep going while other animals collapse from heat. They can remain active across landscapes where many creatures must rest. They can, to an astonishing degree, absorb punishment and continue functioning. That capacity is easy to romanticize, and it should not be. Early human life is not noble in the sentimental sense. It is exhausting. It is filthy, painful, and full of small defeats. It includes infected cuts, cracked skin, parasites, failed hunts, dead children, and sudden weather. The evidence remains incomplete, but what survives in the record suggests a species repeatedly tested by conditions that would feel intolerable to most modern people. And yet those people endure often enough to leave descendants. That is the important point. Human history is not simply the story of a clever ape inventing better tools. It is also the story of an animal body that, for a very long time, remains close enough to the edge to be shaped by it. Even now the body betrays that old closeness. Skin rises in goosebumps, an almost comic reflex on relatively hairless flesh, but one inherited from furred ancestors whose raised hair once trapped warmth and made the body appear larger. Infants placed against a caregiver settle under rhythms older than language. Fear can sharpen hearing, rearrange attention, and alter the flow of blood in seconds. Fasting changes mood and energy with surprising speed. Sleep deprivation loosens the mind from its civil calm and returns it to something more raw. Cold water can shock a person into gasping, heart pounding, every hidden circuit abruptly awake. None of these reactions is mysterious in itself. Together, however, they reveal something unsettling. The civilized self is not the whole self. Underneath it sits a much older creature, one that is less polished, less comfortable, and more prepared for a hostile world than daily life would suggest. The lost trait is easiest to misunderstand if imagined as simple toughness. Toughness sounds like character, like a moral virtue. Evolution does not care about virtue. It cares about function. When scholars look at the deep human past, they're not searching for proof that ancient people were braver or better. They're trying to understand how a physically unimpressive primate spreads across unstable landscapes and survives repeated encounters with cold, hunger, injury, migration. An ecological upheaval. Part of the answer lies in cooperation, part lies in cognition, part lies in tools and fire. But beneath all of these, and interacting with them constantly, lies a body more accustomed to exposure than ours, a nervous system more regularly trained by uncertainty, and a metabolism that once had to negotiate stress as a normal condition rather than an occasional disruption. That older human condition leaves traces not only in flesh, but in the strange mismatch of modern existence. People still chase controlled hardships on purpose. They run extreme distances, plunge into ice water, sleep outdoors, climb high mountains, fast for days, and speak of feeling more alive when stripped of comfort. This can become fashionable nonsense very quickly. And scholars still debate how much such experiences genuinely reconnect us to ancestral patterns rather than simply flattering modern fantasies of toughness. Still, the pattern is revealing. There is often a flicker of recognition when the body is pushed beyond routine convenience. It does not feel wholly alien. It feels harsh, yes, but sometimes oddly familiar, as if some old mechanism has been idle rather than erased. The archaeological record cannot give us a neat label for this almost lost inheritance. Bones do not preserve endurance directly. Stone tools do not record pain tolerance. Hearths do not explain how long a body could function cold, wet, and underslept before judgment failed. Yet bones do show repeated strain. Joints speak of movement. Muscle attachments hint at labour. Teeth reveal interrupted nutrition and recovery. Settlement patterns suggest seasonal hardship. Comparative biology helps fill part of the picture, though no single explanation fully accounts for the whole. Humans are not the strongest mammals, not the fastest, not the best insulated, not the most specialized, and still they persist in environments that should have punished such generalists into retreat. Somewhere in that contradiction lies the trait itself. It may be more accurate to call it a primitive tolerance complex, a now reduced suite of physiological and behavioral capacities that made exposure livable. Greater cold resilience than one might expect from bare skin alone. Greater capacity to operate while hungry. Greater acceptance of pain, because pain is common and cannot always dictate action. Greater flexibility in sleep and waking. Greater readiness for alarm. Greater durability under repetitive movement. Not superhuman strength. Not mythic invulnerability, but an ancient normal that modern comfort has made difficult to imagine. The body is still built from its outlines, but only faintly. We inherit the architecture after the furniture has been removed. This is where the mystery begins to thicken. Human beings did not simply lose primitive traits in a straight line from wildness to refinement. Evolution almost never works with that kind of elegance. Traits weaken, transform, hide, or become conditional. Some remain but are masked by lifestyle. Others persist only in childhood, in emergency states, or in edge cases that most people rarely meet. Medicine and shelter do not rewrite the genome in a few generations, but they do change what the body must do often enough to preserve at full strength. Once survival no longer depends on enduring constant exposure, selection can relax. Once culture carries more of the burden, biology does not vanish, but it is allowed to soften. That softening is one of the quietest revolutions in human history. And it changes more than muscle and metabolism. It changes imagination. A species that survives by enduring raw weather eventually becomes a species that regards raw weather as an inconvenience. A species that once sleeps lightly because the dark contains teeth and rivals becomes a species irritated by street noise and glowing screens. A species that for millennia learns the world through direct contact begins to layer cloth, leather, wood, brick, plaster, glass, steel, insulation, and digital mediation between skin and reality. None of this is failure, it is triumph of a kind, yet triumph always leaves ruins behind. And one of the ruins of civilization is memory of what the body used to be asked to bear. That ruin is still visible in moments of breakdown. Shipwreck accounts, polar expeditions, forced migrations, famines, mountain disasters, battlefield medicine, and survival ordeals all show flashes of capacities that seem almost impossible from the perspective of ordinary life. People continue longer than expected. They adapt faster than expected. They recover from extremes that should, on paper, end them. Many also die, of course, and there is no wisdom in pretending otherwise. Exposure remains exposure. Nature remains indifferent. But again and again the body demonstrates that beneath the civilized routine there lingers an older range, wider than comfort admits. What we call normal is often only what our buffered environments have made habitual. So the story begins not with the loss of a single feature, but with the fading of a whole ancient readiness. Long before cities, before writing, before agriculture, before kings, temples, roads, and fixed borders, there are humans whose lives depend on a body that can take more from the world because it has no choice. Not infinitely more, not heroically more, just enough more, often enough, to matter. That margin is slender, but history is built on slender margins. A little more cold endured, a little longer walking, a few more hours without food, one more night survived, one wound outlived, one winter crossed. Those are not dramatic units, yet they shape the fate of populations. And because they shape populations, they shape us. The people who pass through those narrow gates do not know they're preserving a future species that will someday sit inside sealed rooms and speak of discomfort as a problem to be managed. They know only wind, distance, labour, and the next need. Their bodies carry a primitive inheritance still close to the surface, an inheritance we have not completely lost, but have almost succeeded in burying. To understand it, we have to walk backward into a world where being human means being unfinished, exposed, and terribly alert, where culture is still too thin to save you on its own, and where the body remains the oldest tool you possess. Long before cities leave their geometry on the land, before fields divide the earth into property and surplus, before memory can be stored in ink instead of flesh, there are human beings moving through a world that does not care whether they remain in it. Dawn comes cold over broken ground. Herds shift with the season. Rivers swell, vanish, return. Trees thin into grassland. Grassland breaks into stone. And beyond the next ridge there may be water, shelter, prey, rivals, or nothing useful at all. In this world the human line is not yet secure. It is only possible. It hangs on a set of experiments carried out over enormous stretches of time by creatures that are neither fully ape nor fully what we would comfortably call modern. They stand between worlds, and the trait that nearly stayed with us belongs first to them. The earliest members of the human story do not begin as masters of hostile environments. They emerge from African landscapes that are themselves changing, becoming more open, more variable, more demanding. Forest gives way in places to mosaics of woodland, scrub, and grassland. Climate swings rearrange food sources and movement routes. Stability weakens. The old primate life, centered on dense cover and predictable resources, no longer fits so neatly. In those shifting habitats, a body built only for one condition becomes a liability. Flexibility matters more than perfection. What selection begins to favour is not elegance but endurance, the capacity to keep functioning across changing temperatures, uncertain meals, and long distances between opportunities. This is one of the most important realities in the deep human past. Early hominins do not survive because they become the best at any single thing in the animal kingdom. They survive because they become unusually good at remaining viable when the rules keep changing. That is a subtler form of power, and a more exhausting one. It means walking farther than before. It means tolerating sun exposure over open ground. It means relying on memory of where water was found last season, and adjusting when that memory fails. It means eating broadly when preferred foods disappear. It means carrying young through terrain that offers little mercy. and eventually it means inhabiting a body that can absorb repeated stress without immediate collapse. Australopithecines, and later early members of the genus Homo, still carry much of their ape inheritance with them. Their bodies are not modern. Their brains are smaller, their proportions vary, their gait, while committed to bipedalism, still bears traces of older compromises. Some retain climbing adaptations, some likely divide time between ground and tree in ways that are hard to reconstruct precisely. Scholars still debate how these species balanced arboreal behavior with terrestrial life, because the evidence remains incomplete and no single fossil can settle the matter. Yet the broad pattern is clear enough. More time is being spent upright, moving across open landscapes, carrying, scanning, enduring. The body is entering a new bargain with exposure. That bargain has immediate costs. Walking on two legs frees the hands, expands the horizon, and may improve efficiency over long distances, but it also narrows the margin for injury. A damaged foot, knee, or hip matters more when mobility is survival. Standing high on the land invites heat, reduced body hair, sweating, and other thermoregulatory changes will eventually become part of the human advantage. But they also create dependence on water and vulnerability to cold, especially at night. Every gain arrives with a price attached. This is what makes the ancient human body so compelling. It is not a smooth design. It is a patched-together survivor, improving in one direction while remaining exposed in another. Some of the most powerful evidence for this old way of living comes from what human beings become astonishingly good at movement without immediate exhaustion. Compared with many mammals, humans are unimpressive sprinters. Over time, though, they become remarkably competent at sustained travel. Their legs lengthen, their feet stabilize, their nuchal ligament helps keep the head steady in motion. Their sweating system allows heat to leave the body efficiently during prolonged exertion. These traits, taken together, suggest a creature increasingly shaped not for explosive power but for persistence. That matters because persistence is one of the foundations of primitive endurance. A body that can keep going while hot, thirsty, tired, and undernourished is not merely mobile, it is difficult to eliminate. This does not mean early humans live like tireless machines. That is a modern fantasy layered over sparse evidence. Their lives are constrained by weather, by injury, by age, by children who must be carried, by predators who are faster and better armed, and by the constant arithmetic of calories. But what survives in the record suggests a level of physical commitment to movement that modern populations, cushioned by transport and architecture, rarely experience. Cut marks on bone. Transport of stone raw materials over distance, repeated use of landscapes, and the spread of hominin presence across varied ecological zones all imply bodies under regular demand. The trait we are tracing begins to show itself here, not as heroism, but as repeated toleration of hardship. Then comes Homo erectus, and with that species or cluster of closely related populations, the human story acquires a new scale. These are beings with more recognizably human proportions, larger bodies, and a reach that extends far beyond the African homeland. They disperse into Eurasia and occupy conditions very different from those in which earlier hominins evolved. Their success is one of the great turning points in prehistory. No creature leaves familiar ecological ground without carrying something useful into uncertainty. Tools help. Yes. Social learning helps. Fire may eventually help, though the timing and control of fire remain matters of intense debate. But tools and fire alone do not cross continents. Bodies cross continents. Bodies that can walk, improvise, recover, and continue. The world Homo erectus enters is not simply new, it is unstable in a broader climatic sense. Pleistocene rhythms are beginning to define the planet more strongly. Glacial and interglacial cycles alter temperature, rainfall, coastlines, plant communities, and migration corridors. To be human in such a world is to exist inside a sequence of disruptions. A favourable valley may not remain favourable. A path followed by game this year may fail next year. Rivers cut new channels. Wind strips familiar cover away. The body cannot afford to rely on one narrow menu of responses. It must tolerate variability. This is where the primitive trait deepens into something more than physical ruggedness. It becomes an evolutionary acceptance of interruption. An interruption leaves its mark on development itself. Human childhood is long, costly, and risky, but it also creates unusual room for learning and adaptation. Young individuals are not born ready in the way many mammals are. They are dependent, flexible, absorbent. That dependency looks fragile, and in one sense it is, but in another sense it is part of the same strategy. A species that cannot specialize too narrowly in advance can remain open longer, shaping itself through experience, imitation, and local knowledge. Biology provides the durable frame, culture begins to furnish it. The two are not yet separate enough to tell cleanly apart. The body and the group still solve most problems together. This is why the old human condition resists simple labels. It is tempting to divide prehistory into body first, culture later, as if intelligence arrives after brute endurance has done its work. The truth is more entangled. Even very early stone tools alter what bodies can do. A sharp edge changes access to meat, marrow, hide, plant processing, and defense. Cooperative scavenging or hunting changes risk distribution. Shared vigilance changes sleep. Food sharing changes the fate of the injured or temporarily unsuccessful. No single explanation fully accounts for human expansion, because human expansion is never purely biological or purely cultural. It is always a partnership between vulnerable flesh and increasingly clever behaviour. Still, the flesh matters more than modern people like to admit. A stone tool in the hand of a collapsing animal does not save it. Cooperation among bodies too weak to travel, too cold to function, or too damaged to recover has hard limits. The early human advantage depends on keeping the organism inside a survivable range, even when the world keeps trying to push it out. That means maintaining core temperature enough of the time, carrying enough reserves, healing enough injuries, resisting enough infection, and enduring enough pain to make tomorrow possible. Early humans do not need perfect resilience. They need just enough resilience often enough. Evolution works with that margin relentlessly. There are hints of this in the fossil record that feel strangely intimate. Some ancient individuals survive serious trauma longer than expected. Skulls show healed injuries. Teeth show lines of developmental stress and then continued growth. Bones bear the marks of repetitive use, asymmetrical loading, and long-term strain. Not every injured individual survives, of course, and the record is brutally selective. Yet the existence of recovery at all tells a story. It suggests both social support and bodily capacity. A damaged human can sometimes remain alive long enough to heal because others tolerate the burden, and because the organism itself is stubbornly difficult to shut down. That combination becomes one of the quiet engines of our lineage. The body at this stage is still far from comfort. Nights are colder than modern rooms ever are. Food is less predictable, and the cost of failure is higher. Water has to be found, not turned on. Rest is conditional. Parasites, infections, and wounds are part of ordinary existence. Fear is not an event, but a background condition. This matters because chronic uncertainty shapes physiology over generations. A body repeatedly exposed to fluctuating scarcity, uneven sleep, thermal stress, and sustained movement will not look like a body designed for stability. It will favor systems that can respond quickly, conserve when needed, and function in spite of discomfort. That is the old inheritance in one of its purest forms. And yet this is not the whole picture, because even then humans are already beginning to escape the trap through culture. Simple shelters appear. Repeated campsites suggest growing familiarity with local patterns. Tool traditions become more stable. Some populations likely develop better use of animal skins and plant materials long before these leave clear traces. Fire, once reliably controlled, changes everything. But it does not change it all at once. It lengthens the day, softens food, wards off predators, provides warmth, and reorganizes social life around a center of light. It reduces pressure on certain primitive traits even as it allows humans to enter conditions that would otherwise demand them more intensely. This is the paradox that will follow our species ever after every cultural advance both protects the body and permits new kinds of exposure. By now the human line has become something exceptional, though not yet secure. It is exceptional because it can exist in zones that ought to defeat a lightly built primate. It is not secure because each success opens the door to harsher tests. Move farther north and cold becomes more serious. Follow herds farther and calories become less certain. Rely more on cooperation and group failure becomes deadlier. The ancient trait does not disappear in the face of culture. At first, culture amplifies it. Fire supports endurance. Tools support endurance. Shared care supports endurance. Shelter supports endurance. The body remains central, but it is being reinforced from outside. That reinforcement is the beginning of a transformation that will, much later, bury the trait under layers of comfort. But here in the deep past, the burial has not happened yet. The body is still close to its old work. Skin meets weather directly. Hunger still instructs behavior hour by hour. Fatigue still arrives without apology. The distances between needs are large, and the spaces between one secure moment and the next are larger still. To live here is to remain partially unfinished, dependent on capacities that modern people rarely call upon in full. The body remembers open ground because open ground is still where history is being made. What makes this stage so important is that it establishes the terms of everything that follows. Humans do not become a world-shaping species by escaping fragility. They become one by organizing fragility better than any other animal in their niche. Early hominins inherit a nervous system tuned for alertness, a metabolism capable of negotiation under stress, and bodies increasingly suited to long movement and thermal challenge. They add to this the first durable layers of culture. The result is not safety. It is survivability, and survivability sustained over hundreds of thousands of years becomes destiny. So when we look back into the earliest chapters of our story, we're not looking for a golden age of strength. We're looking at the long apprenticeship of a species that has not yet learned to protect itself from the world, only to endure more of it than seems reasonable. That endurance is the nearly vanished trait in its ancestral form. It belongs to bodies that sleep lightly, walk far, heal slowly, and keep moving through landscapes that offer no promises. We still inherit some fraction of that machinery, but there, in the deep Pleistocene light, it is not residual. It is ordinary. It is simply what being human requires. Natural selection is often imagined as an engineer, patient and exact, solving problems with elegant designs. In the human story, it behaves more like a hard negotiator, accepting compromises no ideal planner would ever sign off on. It never gives early humans the fur of a muskox, the claws of a cat, the lungs of a high-altitude specialist, or the effortless cold resistance of an Arctic fox. Instead, it keeps handing them a flawed but versatile arrangement, a largely bare-skinned primate with a sweating system built for heat, hands built for manipulation, a brain that is becoming more expensive by the generation, and a body just durable enough to keep paying the cost of all this. That is what makes the primitive trait so important. It is not a dramatic adaptation that turns humans into masters of exposure. It is the narrower and more precarious ability to endure exposure long enough for intelligence, cooperation, and improvisation to matter. This is why the trait is best understood not as one feature, but as a survival package shaped by repeated contact with unstable environments. Some parts are anatomical, some are metabolic, some are behavioral tendencies rooted in physiology. The package includes endurance under heat, partial tolerance of cold, flexible sleep, a capacity to function while hungry, and a nervous system prepared to shift rapidly from routine to alarm. None of this sounds glamorous. In fact, much of it sounds like discomfort, but discomfort is precisely the point. For most of prehistory, the body that survives is not the body that avoids discomfort. It is the body that can continue under it without immediate failure. The first great pressure shaping this package is exposure to open landscapes and daytime heat. In many parts of Africa, where much of the human line evolves, the ability to remain active under the sun becomes a profound advantage. Large mammals can outrun humans in a short burst, but many do so by generating body heat that they then struggle to shed while moving. Human beings, by contrast, develop an extraordinary cooling system. Sweating across largely hairless skin allows prolonged activity in heat that forces many other animals into cycles of exertion and rest. This does not make heat harmless. Dehydration remains dangerous, and water becomes a central concern. Yet the overall pattern matters. The human body increasingly favours the ability to keep moving when others must stop. That preference has consequences far beyond hunting. A creature that can travel in hot conditions can widen its range, inspect more terrain, follow shifting resources, transport food or tools, and recover opportunities that would otherwise vanish. It can also endure one of the deepest realities of prehistoric life: failed timing. The water source is farther than expected. The carcass is not where it was last season. The herd has moved. The day grows hotter, but the need remains. Evolution rewards the body that can continue into the mistake and sometimes survive it. This is a central quality of the primitive human package. It is not optimized for perfect success. It is optimized for living through imperfect judgment. Cold, however, presents a different problem. Humans are never naturally magnificent cold-weather animals. They are poor at that compared with species truly specialized for frigid environments. A naked human body loses heat quickly, especially when wet, wind-struck, exhausted, or underfed. This is why cold becomes such a revealing force in our history. It shows both the limits of the primitive trait and its significance. Early humans do not possess enough biological insulation to treat cold lightly, yet they still move into environments where night chill, seasonal frost, and later severe glacial conditions become impossible to ignore. The only way this is conceivable is if they carry enough built-in resilience to make cold survivable in combination with cultural solutions. Not conquerable, survivable. That distinction matters. The body can constrict blood vessels to preserve core heat. It can shiver to generate warmth. It can adjust through repeated exposure in ways that remain modest but meaningful. Brown adipose tissue, especially important in infancy and still present in adults to varying degrees, helps generate heat without the same muscular work as shivering. Metabolism can shift, habits can change, shelter, clothing, fire, huddling, and timing of movement all reduce the burden. Scholars still debate how much direct physiological cold adaptation different ancient human populations possessed, and the evidence remains incomplete. But the broader truth is secure enough: humans are not naturally insulated from cold, and yet for long stretches of prehistory they remain close enough to it that some deeper baseline tolerance matters. Hunger exerts another shaping force, quieter but more constant. The body that would thrive in a modern nutritional environment is not necessarily the body that survives a Pleistocene one. Food does not arrive in regular portions. Energy expenditure is rarely optional. Protein may be abundant in one period and scarce in another. Plant foods can be seasonal, dispersed, labor-intensive, or unreliable. A successful kill may briefly produce abundance, followed by days of uncertainty. Under those conditions, the organism is favored not for perfect metabolic efficiency and comfort, but for flexibility under interruption. Store when possible, burn when necessary, protect the brain, strip down reserves, change behavior, continue. What this means in practical terms is that the ancient human body must be a negotiator between feast and scarcity. It must cope with irregular intake, changing diet composition, and the need to remain physically and mentally functional when ideal fuel is unavailable. That does not mean prehistoric people are magically immune to starvation. They are not. Famine kills, malnutrition stunts growth, weakens immunity, and leaves visible scars in bone and teeth. Yet across generations the line persists because enough bodies can endure enough nutritional instability to reproduce. What survives in the record suggests repeated stress, not steady plenty. The primitive trait includes this capacity to operate in debt, to keep the organism viable while conditions are suboptimal. Pain is another teacher that modern life muffles. In the deep past, pain cannot always command rest. Muscles ache and movement continues. Feet crack and walking continues. Joints inflame and carrying continues. Small wounds reopen. Insects bite. Smoke stings the eyes. Teeth wear down. The body is not indifferent to any of this, but the threshold for stopping cannot be the same as in an environment built around safety. This is not because ancient people are morally superior or emotionally harder. It is because the ecology leaves less room for refusing demand. A certain degree of pain tolerance becomes part of ordinary function, supported not only by mindset, but by repeated physiological familiarity with discomfort. This old relationship to pain links closely to stress more generally. The human stress response is not a flaw accidentally left in place by evolution. It is one of the most ancient pieces of the machinery. Hormones mobilize glucose, elevate heart rate, sharpen attention, redirect blood flow, suppress some functions, heighten others. In brief bursts, this can save life. In chronic modern settings, it can become corrosive. But for early humans, the distinction between acute and repeated stress is less clean. Life presents many low-grade alarms and periodic major ones. A body that cannot return to function after fright, strain, conflict, injury, or loss is removed from the line quickly. The primitive trait includes a nervous system able not merely to flare, but to recover enough to flare again when necessary. Sleep, too, is shaped by risk. The ideal modern night, quiet, darkened, temperature-controlled, and secured by walls, bears little resemblance to the sleep conditions under which the human body evolved. Ancient sleep is social, conditional, and often interrupted. Infants cry, weather changes, fires need tending, predators move, rivals approach, dawn matters. Seasonal temperatures alter the hours in which rest is tolerable. No single explanation fully accounts for human sleep patterns. But what survives in modern biology suggests a species built for some flexibility. Humans can fragment sleep, adapt to changing schedules, recover imperfectly, and remain functional enough under disturbance to keep the group alive, not indefinitely and not without cost, but often enough. All of this creates an important evolutionary picture. The human body is not designed for comfort and then occasionally tested by hardship. It is designed by hardship and only very recently protected from it. That protection is so effective now that it distorts our sense of the older baseline. We imagine resilience as unusual because daily life no longer demands it openly. But in evolutionary terms, the unusual condition is not hardship. The unusual condition is buffered stability. Central heating is unusual. Soft bedding is unusual. Refrigeration, antibiotics, insulated clothing, reliable calories, and artificial light are unusual. The body does not emerge from those conditions. It inherits them late. That lateness helps explain many peculiar features of modern experience. People often discover, with surprise or discomfort, that the body adapts rapidly to repeated challenge. Walk long distances daily and it begins to expect them. Eat less frequently and appetite rhythms shift. Sleep outdoors and sleep becomes lighter, but sometimes deeper in its own way. Expose the body to cold gradually and some responses moderate. None of this turns a modern person into a Stone Age survivor, and it should not be exaggerated into mythology. Still, it reveals something important. Ancient capacities are not wholly absent. They are muted by underuse, insulated by environment, and made less necessary by systems of protection that stand between the body and the world. One lesser-known clue to this older package lies in the strange breadth of human ecological range before modern industry. Long before engines, electricity, and global supply chains, human groups live in deserts, Arctic margins, tropical forests, steppe, highlands, and coastlines. Their cultural practices differ enormously, but beneath that diversity lies a common physical fact. The species can be made viable under strikingly different combinations of heat, cold, moisture, altitude, and food distribution. That kind of the range is not possible with brittle biology. It requires a body that can bend without breaking too easily, and a developmental system that can tune itself to local demands without giving up its generalist core. The price of this versatility is inefficiency by specialist standards. Humans are never the perfect animal for any one extreme. They are mediocre cold-weather mammals, mediocre desert mammals, mediocre climbers compared with true arboreal specialists, mediocre swimmers compared with marine mammals, mediocre diggers, mediocre fighters when stripped of tools. Yet mediocrity spread across many domains can become something formidable when paired with cooperation and memory. Evolution favors not the body that wins every contest, but the body that survives the greatest number of different contests over time. The primitive trait, then, is part of a broader human strategy of survivable imperfection. There is another cost as well. A body built to endure uncertainty carries stress chemistry that modern conditions can easily distort. The hunger system can overshoot in abundance. Alarm mechanisms can remain active without predators present. Pain circuits can become chronic in safe environments. Sedentary living can confuse metabolisms tuned for movement. Sleep can be disrupted by artificial light in a species once governed by fire and dawn. In this sense, the almost lost primitive trait does not only belong to the past, it also shadows the present, creating friction between what the body expects and what civilization supplies. Some of our most ordinary discomforts are ancient tools with nowhere appropriate to go. Yet in the prehistoric world, these tools make sense. They are costly, imperfect, and sometimes brutal, but they fit the environment well enough to sustain the lineage. Heat endurance allows travel. Metabolic flexibility allows survival through interrupted food. Alarm responses buy seconds in danger. Pain tolerance buys labor beyond comfort. Sleep flexibility buys vigilance. Partial cold tolerance buys time to reach shelter. Fire, dawn, or one another, taken together. They form the kind of trait evolution often prefers not beautiful, not specialized, not reliable in every case, but repeatedly useful in emergencies large and small. This is the primitive human package at its most consequential. It is the reason a lightly built primate can remain exposed without immediately being erased. It is also the reason culture can later become so powerful. Tools, fire, clothing, shelters, and social systems do not replace a useless body. They amplify a body that is already just resilient enough to benefit from help. The handoff from biology to culture is only possible because biology first holds the line. And for a very long time, that line is held not by comfort, but by a body willing, because it must be, to live much closer to weather, hunger, fatigue, and fear than modern life allows us to remember. By the time the human story reaches the middle of the Pleistocene, the body is no longer living in one age alone. It carries the old instructions, but it is beginning to rely on new arrangements that those instructions never anticipated. This is the uneasy threshold where the species stands half inside the primitive world and half outside it, not yet protected enough to forget the old rules, not yet helpless without them, but already changing in ways that will eventually make those rules less central. To look at humans here is to see a creature suspended between two kinds of survival. One is written into flesh, the other is written into habit, memory, imitation, and slowly accumulating culture. Neither can yet stand fully without the other. This is what makes the transitional human so difficult to picture clearly. Modern imagination prefers clean categories. Either ancient humans are presented as near beasts wrapped in instinct and weather, or as recognizably modern minds in rough clothing, already one invention away from civilization. The deeper truth is more complicated and far more interesting. These populations live in a condition of overlap. Their bodies still bear much of the burden directly. Exposure remains real. Hunger remains immediate. Cold, pain, injury, and interrupted sleep still shape everyday existence. But now these pressures are increasingly filtered through decisions, shared practices, and technical knowledge. A body that once met the landscape almost naked now begins to meet it through stone edges, prepared camps, coordinated movement, scavenged hides, and remembered routes. The primitive trait has not disappeared. It is being partnered. In this transitional world, every improvement in culture changes what the body must do, but not enough to free it entirely. A sharpened hand axe makes butchery more efficient, yet someone still has to carry meat over distance, often under threat. A maintained hearth gives warmth and safety, yet fuel must be gathered, sparks protected, and fire carried or rekindled. Shelter can reduce wind exposure, but it is limited, temporary, and often permeable to weather. Shared food lowers individual risk. but failed hunts and lean seasons still arrive. The body begins to receive support, but that support remains fragile. Civilization, in the form we know it, does not yet exist. Protection is real, but thin. That thinness matters. It means human physiology cannot relax. Selection does not suddenly stop caring about endurance just because tools improve. If anything, new cultural behaviors can intensify the need for resilience. Groups travel farther because tools make travel more worthwhile. Camps may last longer in exposed places because fire and planning make occupation possible. Hunting can become more coordinated and ambitious, which raises both reward and risk. Social dependence deepens. So illness or injury now matters not only to the individual but to the group's overall function. The human organism still has to absorb strain, only now it does so inside a widening circle of expectation. Some of the clearest evidence for this overlapping condition comes from anatomy itself. Different human populations and different species close to our line show bodies shaped by distinct ecologies, yet none of them is fully detached from primitive demands. Homo heidelbergensis, often treated as a broad and somewhat untidy category, appears in many discussions as part of this transition. These humans have larger brains, robust skeletons, and body proportions that suggest significant physical workload and climatic adaptation. They are not simple creatures of brute survival, but neither are they living in a world so culturally engineered that the body can become soft. Their bones still speak the old language of strain. Neanderthals sharpen this picture further, though they belong partly to a later and more specialized branch of the human story. They are powerful, heavily built, and shaped in ways often associated with cold environments, though the exact meaning of every anatomical detail remains debated. Their broad trunks, strong muscle attachments, and distinctive proportions suggest bodies meeting severe demands regularly. At the same time, they are unmistakably cultural beings. They make tools with skill, control fire, hunt large animals, care for some injured individuals, and navigate landscapes with accumulated knowledge. They are neither relics of pure primitiveness nor figures of near-modern comfort. They stand squarely in the overlap, living proof that biology and culture can intertwine so tightly that separating them becomes almost impossible. Our own species, when it emerges, carries this same doubleness. Homo sapiens is often celebrated for symbolic thought, language, planning depth, and social complexity, all of which matter enormously. But early modern humans are still physically entangled with the old world. They are not born into houses, grain stores, woven blankets, permanent walls, or medicine. They are born into exposure moderated by skill. That phrase matters because it marks the transitional human condition precisely. Exposure has not ended. It has been negotiated. The body still has to be ready for sudden cold, long travel, scarce food, minor injury, social stress, and badly timed weather. Yet now the group's knowledge can alter how much of each burden must be borne directly and when. Scholars still debate how much of human success during this period comes from mental flexibility versus bodily resilience. But the argument can be misleading if framed as a contest. The evidence suggests that the two are inseparable. Intelligence without a body capable of enduring repeated strain would fail often enough to matter. Resilience without learning would stall at ecological limits. What survives in the record suggests a species becoming more dangerous to the world not because it transcends animal vulnerability, but because it learns to distribute that vulnerability more effectively. One person watches while another sleeps. One remembers the water source. One keeps the ember alive. one carries part of the burden for the injured. The body is still ancient, but increasingly, it is no longer alone. This is also the stage at which humans begin altering time itself in a subtle way. Fire extends evening. Tools preserve opportunities beyond the instant. Food processing changes digestion and energy access. Planned returns to favorable places create seasonal rhythm instead of pure reaction. These shifts may sound modest, but they change what the body experiences. A longer waking day reorganizes attention and social life. Cooked food reduces some digestive demands, even as it may support larger brains and different developmental pathways. Repeated camps can offer a degree of predictability unknown in a more purely opportunistic existence. Culture does not erase the body's primitive inheritance, but it starts teaching the body a new lesson: not every danger must be met naked and in the moment. And yet the old inheritance keeps surfacing because the protective layer remains thin and failure-prone. A fire goes out, a season turns early, a hunt fails, a child falls ill, a group fractures, a carcass draws predators, a storm catches travelers in open ground. There is no backup grid, no stocked clinic, no insulated reserve sealed against bad luck. Under such conditions, the body must still retain a broad readiness. It must shift rapidly from relative calm to acute action. It must operate under fatigue and incomplete recovery. It must accept cold, thirst, hunger, and pain not as rare disasters but as recurring interruptions. The transitional human is culturally enhanced, not culturally rescued. This creates a species with a peculiar emotional and physiological texture. It is likely more socially interdependent than earlier hominins, more capable of delayed planning, and more sensitive to symbolic or reputational dynamics within the group. Yet it remains deeply exposed to material realities. That combination may help explain some enduring feature of human psychology. We are an animal that invests heavily in social meaning because group cohesion improves survival. But we're also an animal with alarm systems forged in raw environments where mistakes can kill quickly. The result is a mind that can worry about both tomorrow's weather and another person's expression around the fire. Primitive vulnerability and growing social cognition develop side by side. One lesser-known consequence of this overlap may be how much skill itself becomes embodied. In modern settings, knowledge is often imagined as abstract, detachable from the organism. In prehistoric life, knowledge is frequently inseparable from physical routine. Where to step, how to pace movement, how long to pursue, how to sleep in shifting temperatures, how to read wind, how to ration effort, how to recover from hunger without wasting scarce resources, how to use shelter without becoming trapped by dependence on it. These are not merely ideas, they are habits trained into muscle, nerves, and expectation. The human body in this period is not only enduring the environment, it is being educated by it continuously. That education may also shape development from childhood onward. Young humans growing up in such worlds would encounter discomfort, variability, and group reliance as ordinary features of existence. The evidence cannot tell us every detail, and much remains inferred. But it is reasonable to imagine that children learned not in controlled lessons, but by inhabiting a physically demanding social landscape. They would observe fatigue, risk, food preparation, tool maintenance, fire tending, and recovery from hardship as everyday realities. This matters because primitive resilience is not only inherited, it is practiced. A body unused to challenge loses range. A body repeatedly asked to adapt often gains it, within limits. The transitional human world still trains that range. For this reason, Becoming more cultural does not immediately mean becoming less primitive in bodily terms. In some respects, it may even sharpen older capacities. Better hunting methods can mean longer pursuits. Improved camp use can mean occupation of colder or more exposed territories. Shared planning can support more ambitious movement across difficult ground. The same intelligence that buffers risk also permits entry into greater risk. This is one of the most important contradictions in human evolution. Every layer of protection becomes a platform from which new exposure becomes possible. Fire makes cold nights more survivable, and therefore allows people to push into colder landscapes. Clothing reduces thermal loss, and therefore makes winter travel more imaginable. Social care supports the injured, and therefore allows lives with heavier strain to continue long enough to reproduce. So the human being in this age is neither leaving nature behind nor fully subject to it in the old way. It is inhabiting a middle condition that may be the most distinctly human of all. The body still remembers where it came from: gooseflesh, shivering, startle, hunger, fatigue, pain, and rapid cardiovascular arousal all remain essential instruments. But these now operate inside a world increasingly shaped by memory outside the body, by traditions, techniques, shared expectations, and learned solutions pass between individuals and generations. The old primitive trait persists, yet it is already becoming less visible because it no longer acts alone. Culture begins to absorb some of its work. That absorption is not neutral. Over long spans of time, it changes selective pressure. Once the group can reliably shield vulnerable individuals from certain environmental extremes, bodies that would once have failed may survive and reproduce. Once fire reduces nightly thermal stress, extreme cold tolerance becomes somewhat less decisive. Once food sharing cushions temporary scarcity, metabolic differences may matter differently. Once shelter and clothing become more effective, skin and fat distribution are not carrying the entire problem by themselves. Evolution does not stop, but the balance shifts. Traits formerly essential may become somewhat less central, even while traces remain. This is how ancient inheritances begin to fade, not through sudden disappearance, but through redistribution of labor from body to culture. And still, in this long Middle Age, the process is incomplete. The species remains close enough to danger that the primitive package cannot be discarded. There is no world yet in which humans can afford to be soft for long. The nights are too cold, the distance is too far, the margins too thin. Bodies still work hard, still ache, still go hungry, still wake abruptly, still carry children and tools across uncertain ground. The old creature is present in full outline, even as the first real architecture of human exception begins to rise around it. We are watching not the abandonment of primitiveness, but its partial concealment. That concealment will matter later, because it lays the foundation for one of the great turning points in our history. The more humans trust fire, tools, clothing, shared labor, and remembered places, the less survival depends solely on what the body can do by itself. The old trait has not weakened beyond recognition yet, but the conditions that once kept it constantly sharpened are beginning, slowly, to change. A separation is approaching, not absolute and not immediate, but decisive all the same. For the first time, human beings are learning how to move the burden of survival outside the skin. The separation does not happen in a single breakthrough. There is no one night when a human being sits beside the first dependable fire, pulls a hide tighter around the shoulders, and suddenly becomes a creature no longer answerable to weather. The change is slower, quieter, and far more radical than that. It unfolds through thousands of repeated acts so ordinary that no one living through them could have recognized them as a revolution. A branch is placed more carefully on an ember so the flame survives until morning. A sleeping place is chosen for windbreak rather than view. Stone is carried because the right kind may not be found tomorrow. A carcass is processed before scavengers arrive. A child learns where not to step in the dark. Someone remembers which hollow holds water late in the dry season. Another remembers that a certain valley traps cold after sunset. Gradually, survival begins to depend not just on endurance inside the body, but on knowledge and preparation arranged around it. This is the first great separation in the human story, the moment when culture begins to outpace biology. Not because biology stops mattering, but because the burden starts to shift. For immense stretches of earlier time, the body itself had to absorb most of the world directly. If the night was cold, the body paid. If food failed, the body paid. If the landscape stretched farther than expected, the body paid. Now a new pattern emerges. Fire pays some of the cold, shelter pays some of the wind. Stored knowledge pays some of the uncertainty. Cooperation pays some of the injury. The body still pays more than modern people can easily imagine, but it's no longer paying alone. Fire is perhaps the clearest symbol of this transfer, and also the most misunderstood. It is often treated as a magical switch in popular imagination, as though once humans possessed fire they simply stepped outside ordinary animal vulnerability. The reality is more demanding. Fire is not merely found, it must be maintained, transported, protected, and fed. It changes daily life, but it also creates new dependencies. A group that comes to rely on warmth, cooked food, hardened tools, light, and smoke protection cannot casually lose its ember without consequence. Scholars still debate the timing, consistency, and sophistication of early fire use, because the evidence remains incomplete and sites do not always preserve clear traces. Yet by the time fire becomes reliable, its importance is difficult to exaggerate. It does not erase the primitive trait. It begins replacing selected parts of its workload. Warmth is the most obvious change, but not the only one. Fire reaches into the body in deeper ways. Cooked food is softer, safer in some cases, and easier to digest. It can release calories more efficiently from certain foods and reduce chewing time. Over long spans, this may have consequences for energy budgets, daily schedules, social organization, and perhaps even anatomy. Even where scholars disagree about precise causal chains, the broader point stands: fire lets the body spend less effort on some tasks and redirect that effort elsewhere. It softens the relationship between organism and environment. A cold night is still cold, but now there is a controlled center of heat between the body and the dark. That center reorganizes human life. Fire changes evening from a hard edge into a zone of possibility. Light allows activity beyond sunset. Smoke deters some insects and predators. Heat dries hides, cures material, and makes dampness less absolute. More subtly, the fire gathers bodies together. It stabilizes group space. It creates a place where attention converges and knowledge can accumulate in one location night after night. The human body, which once had to remain more purely reactive to the falling temperature and rising darkness, now begins to inhabit protected time. This matters enormously. Survival is no longer only about tolerating what the world does, it is about modifying what the world can do to you. Shelter pushes the same change further. The earliest shelters are not houses in any meaningful modern sense. They are partial defences, windbreaks, simple structures, opportunistic use of rock overhangs, caves, brush arrangements, hide coverings, and repeated occupation of favorable terrain. Yet even modest shelter has evolutionary significance. It reduces thermal loss, changes sleep quality, lowers some exposure to precipitation, and creates zones of relative predictability. A body that spends repeated nights less battered by wind and cold does not become a new species overnight, but the selective landscape shifts slightly. Certain thresholds of resilience become a little less decisive. A thin layer of culture now stand where bare physiology once stood alone. Clothing and body covering make the separation more intimate still. Fur never grows back across the human form in the way it covers more cold-adapted mammals. But humans begin to externalize insulation. Animal skins, plant fibers, wrapping, tying, scraping, drying, sewing. In later periods, these techniques matter because they move adaptation out of the flesh and into objects. This is a profound change in what evolution has to work with. A wolf survives winter through biology. A human increasingly survives it through the arrangement of borrowed animal tissue around an otherwise vulnerable body. That arrangement can improve from generation to generation through learning much faster than a genetic solution can spread. Culture, in this sense, becomes portable physiology. The consequences are enormous. Once insulation can be worn rather than evolved in the skin itself, humans can enter environments that their naked bodies would never manage well for long. Once warmth can be carried as ember, fuel knowledge, and hide wrapping, cold loses some of its power as an absolute boundary. It remains deadly, certainly, but it is no longer the same kind of wall. This is how culture begins to outrun the slower pace of biological specialization. Humans do not have to wait for the body to become perfect for a landscape. They can build temporary answers and move. The old primitive tolerance remains important, but it no longer carries the full argument by itself. Tools deepen the transfer in a different direction. A sharpened stone does more than cut meat. It preserves energy. It shortens time spent on difficult tasks. It improves access to calories, hide, wood, and defense. A spear alters the body's risk relation to prey. Scrapers alter the preparation of covering materials. Containers, bindings, hefting, and later more complex tool traditions all reduce the need for naked physical struggle in direct contact with the world. The human hand remains central, but the hand now works through leverage and material memory. In effect, the body starts outsourcing some of its lost options into artifacts. It cannot grow claws, so it carries edges. It cannot grow thick fur, so it prepares skins. It cannot outrun every animal, so it plans, tracks, and strikes from altered distance. This does not make life easier in any simple sense. In some respects, it makes it more complicated. Dependence on tools means dependence on suitable raw materials, on skill transmission, on repair, on forethought. Dependence on clothing means dependence on prey, preparation, storage, and maintenance. Dependence on shelter means dependence on place and labor. Culture reduces some immediate burdens while creating a wider system that must itself be sustained. The human niche becomes more fragile in one sense and more powerful in another. A lone body with no knowledge remains vulnerable. A body embedded in learned systems becomes something the rest of the animal world has not encountered before. Food sharing may be the most socially important part of this separation. Once groups become reliable enough at pooling risk, the individual body no longer stands or falls solely on its own performance each day. A hunter can fail and still eat. A nursing mother can be provisioned. An injured person can remain with the group. A child can consume calories gathered by many hands. This changes the role of physical toughness in subtle but important ways. Extreme personal resilience still matters, but it is now supplemented by collective buffering. If the body begins to soften at the edges under this new arrangement, the group can sometimes carry what the individual no longer carries alone. Evolutionary pressure is not removed, only redistributed. The archaeological record offers hints of this redistribution in the survival of individuals who might once have died more quickly. There are ancient skeletons showing healed injuries, worn joints, developmental stress followed by later life, and conditions suggesting that at least some people lived with impairment longer than raw individual competition would predict. The exact interpretation of each case is often debated, and caution matters here, but taken together. Such finds point toward a human world where social support increasingly modifies the brutal arithmetic of exposure. A broken body is no longer always a lost body. Others can bridge the gap. That is one of the first truly human escapes from primitive selection in its harshest form. This is where the old trait begins, very slowly, to lose its monopoly. Cold tolerance matters, but less if fire is dependable. Pain tolerance matters, but less if others can carry you for a time. Hunger tolerance matters, but less if food is shared. Vigilance matters, but less if many eyes keep watch. Sleep flexibility matters, but less if safer camps exist. The body is still ancient and still necessary, yet each cultural layer peels one strip of burden away from it. Humans are constructing an external survival system piece by piece, and that system begins to do something evolution rarely sees. It changes the environment faster than the genome can easily keep up with. No single explanation fully accounts for how quickly or evenly this shift unfolds across different regions and populations. Some groups almost certainly maintained more direct bodily dependence for longer. Others developed more effective cultural buffering earlier in certain domains. Climate, mobility, prey type, raw materials, and social scale all shaped the process. The evidence remains patchy, and prehistoric timelines are seldom as neat as modern narratives prefer. Even so, the general movement is unmistakable. Human beings increasingly survive not because their bodies are enough, but because body, memory, and group behavior together form a system that is greater than any one organism. There is a strange irony in this. The more humans protect themselves with culture, the more they are able to inhabit harsher conditions, and so the more they continue exposing themselves to danger. Shelter permits colder nights. Clothing permits wider ranges. Fire permits deeper occupation of seasonal extremes. Shared labor permits more ambitious hunts and longer movement. Each solution is also an invitation to a larger problem. The primitive trait is not retired. It is pushed into partnership with expanding cultural power. For a long time, that partnership remains balanced. Bodies still need to be tough, but perhaps not quite as tough as before in every exact way. And that slight easing is enough to matter over evolutionary time. Once survival depends less on the body's direct response and more on what surrounds the body, the selection pressure preserving older forms of tolerance can begin to relax. Not disappear, but relax. A person who shivers sooner may still survive with fire. A person less naturally resistant to cold may still reproduce with clothing and shelter. A child more vulnerable to short-term nutritional instability may still be sustained through social care and cooperative provisioning. These are small changes, but history is made of small changes repeated. The old primitive inheritance starts to dim not because it fails, but because culture becomes competent enough to cover for it. This is the deepest meaning of the first separation. Humans do not become less human by moving survival beyond the skin. They become more distinctively human. They begin building a world in which knowledge can substitute for anatomy, where a remembered technique can matter as much as a muscle, where protection can be fabricated, taught, and improved across generations. The body remains the platform, but no longer the whole structure. In time that will transform everything: migration, settlement, social inequality, disease, comfort, and the very idea of what counts as normal hardship. But here, in its early form, the change is still intimate and fragile. It lives in the glow of a fire that does not go out, in the hide that keeps wind from skin, in the camp chosen well, in the meal divided, in the group that learns to make the world slightly less final. That slight reduction in finality is enough to change evolution's direction. The primitive trait that once sat close to the center of survival begins, almost imperceptibly, to shift outward. It is still there, still necessary, still active in every shiver, every pulse of fear, every hungry mile. But a rival inheritance has appeared beside it: culture as protection, culture as insulation, culture as stored resilience. From this point onward, the human body will never again face the world in quite the same solitary way. Bones do not speak in sentences, but they do leave behind a kind of pressure, a record of what a body has been asked to do for too long and too often. A joint wears in one pattern rather than another. A tooth carries fine lines where childhood faltered and then resumed. A healed fracture tells of impact, survival, and time enough afterward for repair. Muscle attachments thicken where labour has been regular. Limbs speak of movement. Pelves and spines speak of carrying. Even the chemistry locked inside ancient tissue, when it survives, can hint at diet, migration, stress, and the environments through which a person once moved. If we want to understand the primitive trait humans almost still had, this is where the documentary becomes more forensic. We stop looking only at the landscapes they crossed and begin looking at the bodies that crossed them. The evidence is frustrating by nature: soft tissue, where so much physiological resilience actually lives, almost never survives deep time. We do not recover ancient shivering responses, hormonal spikes, brown fat distribution, or exact thresholds for cold pain from a skeleton. Bones preserve structure better than function. That limitation matters because it means any claim about endurance, cold tolerance, hunger resistance, or stress resilience must be made carefully. Scholars still debate how much can be inferred from anatomical form alone, and the evidence remains incomplete in every period. Yet incomplete evidence is not empty evidence. When enough fragments point in the same direction, the outline begins to hold. One of the clearest patterns is robustness. Many ancient human populations, and especially earlier members of the human line, show skeletons that reflect physically demanding lives on a scale difficult to compare neatly with most modern populations. Limb bones are often thicker relative to body size. Joint surfaces can be pronounced. Areas where muscles attached to bone may suggest repeated heavy use, though interpretation is never as simple as reading a label. These are not just signs of strength in the popular sense. They are signs of a life in which the body is under constant negotiation with terrain, weight, movement, and repetition. The human form is not decorative here. It is being spent. Some of the most revealing evidence comes from lower limbs and feet, because movement is one of the oldest anchors of human survival. Long-distance travel leaves marks not only in overall proportions, but in the wear and adaptation of skeletal structures. Ancient humans walk more, carry more, and live farther from stillness than most people now do. This does not mean every individual is in perpetual migration. Many groups move seasonally or within known territories rather than wandering aimlessly, but the body still serves as the primary engine of access to food, water, raw materials, safety, and social connection. A skeleton shaped by regular load-bearing and sustained mobility fits the story of a species whose primitive inheritance remains heavily invested in endurance. Teeth add another layer, perhaps the most intimate one. Enamel can preserve microscopic lines called stress markers, brief interruptions in normal development often linked to malnutrition, illness, or physiological strain during childhood. Many ancient populations show these interruptions. They are small records of hard seasons, disease, weaning stress, dietary instability, or other burdens that the body somehow survived. The significance of these markers lies in the fact that they often appear in individuals who reach adulthood. In other words, the body's being knocked off course and then returning to function. That is not proof of invulnerability. It is proof of repeated recovery under pressure. The primitive trait is visible here not as heroism, but as persistence through partial damage. Healed trauma tells a similar story. Ancient skulls with repaired fractures, ribs that knit back together, arms that recover alignment after serious injury, teeth lost long before death, joints worn by years of altered movement after damage. These all suggest bodies and social systems capable of extending life beyond the immediate crisis. Interpretation must remain cautious. Some injuries may have been less disabling than they appear at first glance. Some individuals may have survived only briefly after the event, yet across sites and periods, the pattern recurs often enough to matter. Humans do not merely endure pristine hardship, they endure compromised hardship. They go on after being hurt. This point is easy to overlook because popular depictions of prehistory often divide people too sharply into the strong and the doomed. In reality, many ancient lives are spent in the middle ground between perfect health and collapse. Arthritis appears. Repetitive strain accumulates. Teeth wear down from coarse or processed foods. Vertebrae show compression. Knees and shoulders reflect carrying, grinding, throwing, crouching, and standing again. The body absorbs small losses constantly. What survives in the record suggests not a species of flawless survivors, but a species repeatedly functioning at reduced capacity without dropping out of life altogether. That is closer to the truth of endurance than any image of brute perfection. The evidence from Neanderthals is especially striking, though it must be handled without turning them into caricatures of raw strength. Their skeletons often show heavy muscularity, substantial joint loading, and injury patterns that in some cases resemble those seen in dangerous close-contact lives. Some researchers have compared aspects of Neanderthal trauma to those of modern rodeo riders, though such comparisons are illustrative rather than exact. What matters more is the general picture. Bodies under intense demand, often recovering, often continuing, and living within severe ecologies that require both skill and a broad physiological margin. They are not simply strong, they are persistently used. Early Homo sapiens, too, often show more robust skeletal evidence of activity than later agricultural and many modern populations. This complicates the tidy story of progress as increasing bodily refinement. In some cases, the move into farming later reduces the variety of movement while increasing repetitive labour, changing the body in different and not always healthier ways. That comes later. For now, the important point is that for much of our species' history, the skeleton retains signs of a body that still expects direct engagement with terrain and hardship. The old package of tolerance has not yet faded far enough to hide its imprint. Archaeological sites reinforce this picture beyond the bones themselves. Hearth locations, repeated occupation layers, patterns of butchery, transport of animal parts, and the movement of raw materials across distance all suggest systems built around bodies capable of sustained effort. Consider what it means for stone from a preferred source to appear many kilometers away, shaped into tools and carried into other environments. Consider what it means to process large carcasses and distribute useful parts before spoilage or scavengers intervene. Consider what it means to haul fuel, children, and knowledge together through fluctuating seasons. Each of these is ordinary in the archaeological sense, but none is ordinary biologically. They imply a baseline of endurance now easy to underestimate. Then there is the evidence of occupation in marginal or changing environments, sites at higher latitudes, colder seasons, upland zones, semi-arid regions, or landscapes with strong seasonal bottlenecks all suggest bodies repeatedly buffered, but not fully protected from challenge. No single site proves an innate primitive tolerance complex. Yet the accumulation of occupations across diverse ecologies points to a species whose survival capacities remain unusually broad. A narrowly delicate organism does not create this record. A body too dependent on stable conditions does not leave this footprint. Something in human physiology, even when supported by fire and clothing, remains flexible enough to operate near stress for long stretches. Comparative biology helps sharpen the edges of this argument. Humans differ from chimpanzees and many other primates in ways that fit prolonged travel, heat management, and ecological breadth. We differ from true cold specialists by remaining much more exposed. We differ from many large carnivores by lacking specialized killing anatomy. This in-between status is exactly what makes the human case so interesting. If we were obvious specialists, the evidence would be easier to read. Instead, we are generalists, and generalists often leave signatures of repeated adaptation rather than perfect fit. The bones suggest one thing above all: the body is carrying a wide range of tasks because no single built-in specialization is enough. One lesser-known clue lies in childhood growth and maturation. Human development is unusually extended, but ancient skeletons show that this long period does not unfold in comfortable conditions. Growth can be interrupted, resumed, slowed, and redirected by stress. Yet the overall developmental strategy persists because it yields adults capable of flexibility, learning, and social integration. In a strange way, this too is evidence of the primitive trait. The body is not simply enduring immediate hardship, it is developing through hardship. The organism expects instability early and still attempts to produce a viable adult. That is a remarkable gamble, and one that only works if resilience is built into the process. There are, of course, limits to what can be claimed. Bones cannot tell us whether a person tolerated cold better than another by a few critical degrees. They cannot tell us exactly how often sleep was interrupted or how fear altered hormonal recovery after threat. They cannot reveal the texture of fatigue in a person crossing winter ground with inadequate cover. This is where inference enters, and where good history must remain disciplined. No single explanation fully accounts for the evidence because endurance is never one thing. It is anatomy, metabolism, behavior, social context, age, sex, season, and luck interacting all at once. The record gives us fragments of that interaction, not a full script. Still, the fragments are enough to resist a modern illusion. The illusion is that ancient humans survived primarily because they were clever in a way detached from the body. The skeletons say otherwise. They say the body remained central for a very long time. They say human beings walked hard, carried hard, strained hard, recovered imperfectly, and continued. They say stress in childhood did not always prevent adulthood. They say injury did not always prevent years of later life. They say exposure was not hypothetical. It was written into the organism repeatedly. Culture mattered, certainly, but culture stood on bone and tendon and blood. It had to. There is also an emotional weight in this evidence that science rarely states aloud. To look at a healed fracture or severe tooth wear is to confront not only adaptation but experience. Someone lived through that. Someone limped after it, slept after it, ate with difficulty after it, or learned a new way to carry weight because the old way hurt too much. The primitive trait is not abstract when seen like this. It is measured in days endured after injury, in childhoods resumed after stress, in spines bent by repetition, in knees that outlast the terrain asking too much of them. The body is not simply a vessel of survival, it is the place where survival becomes visible. And yet even here the record hints at the coming shift. Some injuries heal because others help. Some stress is survived because food is shared. Some old individuals remain alive because the group has become more than a collection of separate bodies. The bones do not just record the body's burden, they record the first sustained efforts to lighten it from outside. That is why the evidence is so powerful. It captures both sides of the human condition at once. A physiology still close to primitive tolerance, and a culture increasingly willing to intervene before biology reaches its limit. So when the archaeological and anatomical evidence is assembled carefully, a coherent picture emerges, even if its edges stay blurred. Ancient humans are not superhuman. They are not naturally invulnerable, not insulated from hardship, not immune to injury or deprivation. But they are creatures with broader operating range than modern comfort leads us to expect. Their bones suggest mobility, strain, recovery, and persistence. Their teeth suggest interruption and continuation. Their trauma suggests vulnerability and survival. Their sights suggest repeated presence in conditions that punish fragility quickly. Together, these traces bring the primitive trait into view, not as a mythical power, but as an older normal, a body asked to take more from the world, and somehow often doing so long enough to leave a record. Ice does not need to cover the whole world to rule it. It only has to shift the terms of life. A colder planet redraws distance, moisture, vegetation, migration routes, and the timing of everything that breathes. Forest contracts in one place and opens elsewhere. Grassland spreads and then fails. Winds intensify over exposed ground. Sea levels fall, revealing land bridges while drying coasts and altering currents. Winters lengthen their grip. Summers, where they come, are often short and urgent. In such a world, the human body is tested in ways far more exacting than heat and hunger alone. Cold punishes the skin first, then the hands, then judgment, then movement, then the slow machinery of life itself. It strips mistakes of their delay. It makes every weakness immediate, and yet humans do not vanish before it. They remain unevenly, precariously, but often enough to turn the Ice Age into one of the great proving grounds of our primitive inheritance. This is where the nearly lost trait comes into its sharpest focus, because the Ice Age does not merely expose human resilience, it measures its limits. Earlier hardships could often be escaped by movement, shade, timing, or broader diet. Severe cold is less forgiving. It reduces mobility, restricts plant foods, alters animal behavior, demands insulation, and punishes wetness with ruthless efficiency. A body built for heat dispersal and long travel now finds itself in conditions where exposed flesh becomes a liability, and calories are burned simply to remain warm. If the primitive trait had consisted only of bare physiological toughness, this would have been the end of the story. But the human survival package is wider than that. It includes partial bodily tolerance, social care, technical improvisation, and a willingness to build protection outside the skin. Still, cold remains a direct biological challenge before it becomes a cultural one. Hands numb, fine motor control falters, blood flow retracts from extremities to protect the core. Shivering consumes energy that may already be scarce. Sleep becomes dangerous when insulation is poor. Infants, the old, and the injured fall closest to the edge. This matters because Ice Age survival cannot be reduced to dramatic hunts and heroic movement. Much of it depends on mundane thermal arithmetic. How much heat is lost after sunset? How dry a sleeping place remains? How much fuel can be gathered before dark? Whether clothing stays intact? Whether food intake can cover the cost of warmth? In glacial conditions, the body becomes a ledger, and every small deficit compounds. What makes humans unusual is that they manage to remain in these ledgers without being designed for them in the way Arctic mammals are. This point cannot be overstated. Human beings are not natural lords of the cold. They are intruders in it, and successful intruders only when several systems hold together at once. Yet what survives in the record suggests that some populations do exactly that for very long periods. Neanderthals persist across glacial Europe and Western Asia through repeated climatic swings. Later Homo sapiens enter and expand across cold steppe, periglacial zones, and eventually into Beringia and the Americas. The evidence remains incomplete on the exact seasonal range of every occupation, and scholars still debate how continuous some settlements were under the harshest conditions. But the overall pattern is undeniable. Human life does not retreat permanently before the Ice Age. It adapts. Neanderthals are often placed at the centre of this adaptation, and with reason. Their bodies appear, in several respects, more cold-suited than those of many earlier humans. They tend to have compact builds, relatively short distal limb segments, broad trunks, and robust frames. All features that fit broadly with thermoregulatory expectations in colder climates. Such anatomical patterns are often discussed in relation to Bergmann's and Allen's rules, which describe how body size and limb proportions can correlate with temperature. But caution matters. Anatomy alone does not solve winter. A compact body can reduce heat loss, yet it cannot replace shelter, fuel, clothing, and calories. Neanderthals matter here not because they embody a simple biological answer, but because they show what a human lineage can become when cold remains a persistent selective pressure without fully displacing culture from the equation. Their landscapes would have been punishing in ways easy to underestimate from a warm room. Open steppe under wind is not merely scenic, it is draining. Snow and frozen ground alter how bodies move and how prey can be tracked or lost. Firewood may be limited in exposed environments. Animal fat becomes not just food but thermal insurance. Hide working becomes a matter of survival rather than convenience. The old primitive tolerance complex is useful in such conditions, but not enough by itself. Greater resilience to discomfort, stronger cold responses, higher pain thresholds, and endurance under scarcity all help. But they must work in concert with learned technique. This is a recurring truth of human evolution in the harshest places. Biology buys time and culture decides what that time is worth. One lesser-known aspect of Ice Age survival is how often moisture may have mattered more than raw low temperature. Dry cold is dangerous enough. Wet cold destroys margins quickly. A soaked body loses heat with terrifying speed, and wet clothing or bedding can turn a survivable night into a fatal one. This means that site choice, shelter maintenance, and material handling become central. It also means that the body's old readiness for exposure has to include not just enduring chill, but functioning while cold, damp, underslept, and under pressure to restore warmth fast. Scholars still debate the precise effectiveness of prehistoric clothing systems in different periods because organic materials preserve poorly. Yet the success of human populations in severe climates strongly implies sophisticated solutions, even if the full details rarely survive. Children of the Ice Age are, in a real sense, educated by cold from the beginning. They would grow up in worlds where warmth is made rather than given, fire is tended, not assumed, covering is maintained, not bought. Seasonal knowledge is as important as food itself. The evidence can only go so far into daily life, but what survives in the archaeological record suggests repeated occupation of places where thermal mistakes would have had consequences early and often. This implies a culture of vigilance around exposure, and also bodies repeatedly trained within that culture. Primitive resilience is not simply inherited here, it is rehearsed. The human organism learns, through repetition, where its limits sit and how to approach them without crossing too far. Calorie demand deepens the challenge. Cold environments often support dense and valuable animal resources, but obtaining them is risky and expensive. Hunting large Ice Age fauna may provide enormous returns, yet failure comes at high metabolic cost. The body burns fuel not only in pursuit but in standing, watching, travelling, and sleeping through low temperatures. Fat becomes especially significant, not merely as food, but as a dense source of energy the body can turn into heat. This may help explain why some cold-adapted human groups appear to value animal parts differently from what a modern butcher might prioritize. Marrow, grease, and fat-rich tissues carry survival importance that goes far beyond taste. In glacial conditions, diet and thermoregulation are inseparable. There is a quiet brutality in that inseparability. A missed meal in a mild environment is one thing. A missed meal in deep cold is another. Hunger lowers heat production. Weakness reduces movement. Reduced movement lowers the chance of gathering fuel or pursuing prey. Cold deepens fatigue. Fatigue worsens judgment. Judgment errors increase exposure. The entire system can spiral fast. That is why Ice Age survival provides such a powerful lens on the old human trait. The body had to carry a broader margin than ours typically does because its world punished deficits more quickly. Not an infinite margin, not a mythical one, but enough to prevent every setback from becoming immediate extinction. This may be one reason some populations living at ecological edges preserve the old trait longer than others. In places where weather remains raw, resources fluctuating, and shelter less absolute, the body's primitive capacities continue to be trained and selected more intensely. That does not mean such groups are frozen relics of the past. They are fully human, culturally dynamic, and historically specific. But it does mean that civilization does not soften every population equally at the same pace. Across the Ice Age world, there are likely differences in how much people rely on direct bodily tolerance versus more elaborate cultural buffering. Some groups may keep closer company with the old inheritance simply because their conditions demand it. Upper Paleolithic Homo sapiens bring this tension into especially clear view. Anatomically modern, behaviourally flexible, and increasingly inventive, they are still operating under the cold's hard discipline. Tailored clothing, improved toolkits, better shelter design, broader exchange networks, and refined hunting strategies all help widen the human range. Yet these advances do not abolish the body's role. Rather, They allow modern humans to continue occupying environments that still require a baseline of endurance. Even with better equipment, glacial nights remain cold, injuries remain dangerous, and calories remain uncertain. The more effective culture becomes, the farther north and farther outward people move, and the more often they continue testing the old physiological range. Beringia is perhaps the clearest expression of this tension. This lost world of steppe tundra, exposed by lowered sea levels, is not a simple icy wasteland but a vast and ecologically complex region linking Northeast Asia and North America. Human beings living there face profound seasonal challenge, but also opportunity. The fact that people can inhabit such regions at all before modern industry tells us something important. The primitive human package had not yet faded into irrelevance. Bodies still had to tolerate cold stress, long-distance mobility, interrupted comfort, and uncertain return. Culture could support them magnificently by prehistoric standards, but not replace them. The evidence remains incomplete on the exact pathways and pacing of movement into the Americas. Yet no route works without that combined resilience. There is also a psychological dimension to Ice Age living that may leave indirect traces in us still. Cold narrows attention around essentials: fuel, shelter, light, company, movement, and food take on a severity that milder worlds can soften. A species evolving through such conditions may carry forward not only physiological responses, but mental tendencies shaped by repeated winter arithmetic vigilance around scarcity, sensitivity to darkness, powerful relief at warmth, strong attachment to safe interior space, and a deep recalibration of social dependence in hard seasons. No single explanation fully accounts for modern human emotional patterns, and it would be careless to force simple evolutionary stories onto them. But the possibility remains that some of our oldest comforts feel so profound because they once stood so close to danger. And still, for all this pressure, the Ice Age does not preserve the primitive trait unchanged. It transforms it. Every winter survived through fire, hide, planning, and group cooperation strengthens the external system around the body. Every successful cold adaptation achieved culturally makes purely physiological cold tolerance slightly less decisive. This is the paradox again. The harsher the environment, the more valuable primitive resilience becomes, but also the more valuable cultural insulation becomes. Over time, culture increasingly carries the visible burden, while the old biological inheritance retreats into support. It is still present in shivering vasoconstriction, metabolic response, wakefulness under threat, and the body's grim willingness to keep going. But it is no longer acting alone in open ground the way it once did. That is why the Ice Age matters so much to this story. It is not merely a test of human toughness. It is the last great age in which bodily primitiveness and cultural sophistication remain tightly bound under extreme conditions. Later, civilizations will create their own forms of hardship, but the cold logic of glacial survival is different. It strips away illusion. It asks, every day, what the body can still do when culture helps but does not yet fully dominate. The answer is sobering. It can do a great deal, more than comfort allows us to imagine, but only because it still carries the faint but vital remnants of an older design, a design for exposure, for uncertainty, for surviving one more night in a world made of ice, wind, and narrow margins. Safety is one of the strangest things a species can invent, because once it begins to work, it starts changing the creature it protects. Not immediately, not cleanly, and never completely, but steadily enough to alter the balance between body and world. This is the hidden cost of becoming safer. The old primitive trait does not vanish because it is defeated. It begins to fade because it is no longer being asked, every day, to prove itself at full strength. Fire does more than warm. Shelter does more than block wind. Clothing does more than preserve heat. Shared food does more than stop hunger from becoming immediate catastrophe. Together they create a new condition in which the body is still ancient, but no longer fully responsible for ancient burdens. That is a triumph, and it is also an evolutionary turning point. To understand the cost, it helps to see what natural selection actually rewards. It does not preserve every useful trait forever. It preserves what remains sufficiently important to survival and reproduction under current conditions. Once cultural systems become reliable enough to absorb part of the environmental pressure, the urgency around certain physiological capacities begins to ease, not disappear, but ease. A person who cannot tolerate cold quite as long may still survive with better clothing and dependable fire. A person whose hunger response is less robust may still survive in a group that shares calories more consistently. A child whose body is more vulnerable to minor fluctuations may still reach adulthood if adults can protect, carry, and provision. In this way, culture quietly rewrites the rules under which bodies succeed. The key word is quietly. There is no dramatic moment in the fossil record where human resilience simply drops. There are no bones labelled before softness and after softness. Instead, there is a long, uneven process in which the old tolerance complex becomes less central to daily survival in some settings than it once was. This process likely varies tremendously from one region, climate, and way of life to another. Hunters in exposed seasonal worlds remain under harsh bodily demands longer than people in richer or more buffered ecologies. Later, some agricultural societies will create new forms of security and new forms of bodily stress at the same time. No single explanation fully accounts for the tempo of change. Even so, the direction is clear. The more culture stabilizes life, the more biology is permitted to relax at its edges. This relaxation is often misunderstood as weakness, but that is too simple. It is better thought of as a transfer of labor. Human beings do not become less capable because they become safer. They become differently capable. A body that no longer needs to endure constant cold exposure can direct energy elsewhere. A group that no longer loses as many children to ordinary environmental stress can invest more in social complexity and long development. A population less constrained by raw weather can spread knowledge, specialize labor, and intensify memory outside the body. The old trait dims not because evolution is making a mistake, but because another system has become better at carrying the same load. Safety, in this sense, is outsourced resilience. But outsourcing changes habits, and habits change what counts as normal. A body trained continually by discomfort remains broad in its operating range. A body shielded continually from discomfort narrows. This is true even within one lifetime. Repeated cold exposure can alter how shocking cold feels. Repeated fasting can alter appetite rhythms. Repeated walking can change what distance means. Repeated interrupted sleep can change how sleep is distributed and recovered, though never without cost. Remove these demands for generations, and the line between cultural buffering and biological expectation begins to blur. What once would have been survivable but unpleasant may become intolerable. Not because the human organism has been remade entirely, but because its older range is no longer being rehearsed. The transition to agriculture later sharpens this effect in ways both obvious and deceptive. Farming creates food production that can, in good conditions, support larger populations and greater local predictability. Settlements become more stable. Storage becomes possible. Seasons are still dangerous, but some uncertainties are reduced by planning and control over land. Yet agriculture is no simple march toward ease. Early farmers often show signs of poorer nutrition variety, more infectious disease, repetitive strain, dental problems, and social inequality. In some respects, they are less healthy than some foragers. This is a useful reminder that becoming safer from one set of threats often means becoming more exposed to another. The body's primitive inheritance is not simply switched off. It is redirected into a different argument with the world. Still, there is an important shift even in these harsher settled lives. Stored food, houses, enclosed animals, permanent hearths, built walls, and the social organization required to maintain them all move protection farther from the skin and deeper into the environment. A village is not merely a cluster of bodies. It is a machine for reducing some kinds of immediate exposure. The night no longer arrives over a camp that may vanish tomorrow. The sleeping place is more substantial. The thermal boundary between inside and outside becomes more meaningful. Children grow within repeated space rather than constantly changing ground. Illness spreads more easily, yes, and labor may become grinding in new ways, but the body is less alone. That matters evolutionarily. As security grows, so does the possibility of preserving lives that harsher environments would have lost sooner. This is one of the most profound consequences of becoming safer. Infants survive who might once have died from exposure or nutritional interruption. Adults survive injuries that in a more mobile or precarious life would have ended their story. Elders endure longer, carrying memory further. Individuals with bodies slightly less suited to direct environmental punishment can still reproduce. From the perspective of civilization, this is a moral and practical good. From the perspective of long-term evolutionary pressure, it means that direct primitive toughness is no longer screened as severely in every generation. The species begins, very slowly, to uncouple survival from raw physical margin. There is an irony here that runs through all of human history. The more successful we become at creating safety, the less visible our old capacities become, and the more we mistake invisibility for disappearance. But many capacities do not truly vanish. They become conditional. They hide in emergencies, in childhood, in edge cases, in extraordinary training, in populations still living close to environmental stress, and in the odd moments when modern systems fail. The body still constricts blood vessels in cold. It still releases cascades of energy under threat. It still heals, adapts, and widens its limits when repeatedly challenged. Yet because daily life no longer requires these responses as constantly, they feel exceptional rather than normal. Safety changes not only physiology at the margins, but self-understanding. This may be why modern people are so often surprised by what the body can still do under pressure. Shipwreck survivors, famine survivors, prisoners of war, mountaineers, nomadic peoples in severe climates, endurance athletes, disaster victims, and displaced populations repeatedly show that the human organism retains a wider range than comfort suggests. That range is not boundless. Many die, many suffer permanent damage. There is nothing romantic in exposure. But again and again the body reveals that beneath convenience lies a deeper reserve, partly inherited and partly trainable, that ordinary life rarely calls upon. What civilization has buried, crisis can briefly uncover. Yet crisis also reveals the cost of burial. People adapted to intense buffering are often less prepared behaviorally and psychologically for the return of raw conditions. They may panic earlier, misjudge exposure, underestimate thirst or cold, waste energy, sleep poorly, or fail to read terrain in ways that would once have been taught from childhood. The old primitive trait was never only a matter of tissue. It lived inside learned responses, social rhythms, and environmental literacy. As safety grows, these forms of embodied knowledge can be lost even faster than physiological range. A modern person may carry ancient machinery, but lack the habits needed to use it well. This is another hidden cost of becoming safer. Resilience can survive in fragments while competence around resilience disappears. One lesser-known dimension of this change lies in childhood. In safer environments, many ancient exposures are delayed, reduced, or removed from development altogether. Children sleep in stable warmth, eat on schedule, avoid many parasites, recover from infection with help, and are shielded from danger in ways prehistoric parents could scarcely imagine. This is an extraordinary gain, yet it also means the body matures with less direct training and variability. There is evidence from modern physiology that repeated environmental inputs during early life can influence thermoregulation, metabolism, immunity, stress response, and activity expectations. Though the exact pathways are complex and often debated, the larger point is not controversial. Bodies develop in conversation with conditions, change the conditions, and the conversation changes. None of this means civilization makes humans biologically worse in any absolute sense. That is too crude and wrong. It changes trade-offs. It lowers mortality from many ancient threats, supports brains and social systems of immense complexity, and allows the preservation of the lives and knowledge on a scale no Pleistocene group could manage. But every gain has a shadow. As comfort becomes normal, tolerance narrows. As predictability increases, improvisational range can shrink. As protection becomes external and constant, the body's older expectation of direct challenge becomes harder to read. The primitive trait that once sat near the center of human survival is now often relegated to the margins, activated only when systems fail or people deliberately seek discomfort. That deliberate seeking is telling. Even in highly buffered societies, people repeatedly invent rituals of controlled hardship, fasting, endurance trials, wilderness travel, martial disciplines, cold immersion, pilgrimages, and ascetic practices appear across many cultures. Their meanings differ, and many are spiritual, social, or symbolic rather than physiological in purpose. Yet beneath those differences there is a recurring pattern. Human beings seem to sense that protection alone does not exhaust what the body is for. Scholars still debate how much of this reflects inherited biology versus cultural imagination, and caution is necessary. But the repetition is striking, again and again. Societies that succeed in creating safety also create practices that temporarily suspend it. This suggests something subtle but important. The old trait may weaken when not required, but it also leaves a psychological residue. Humans do not merely survive hardship. They often attach meaning to it, perhaps because for most of our history, hardship was the medium through which survival, competence, and belonging were recognized. Once civilization reduces ordinary exposure, hardship can become ceremonial, competitive, moralized, or voluntarily sought. The body that once endured because it had to now sometimes endures because the mind believes something valuable is hidden there. That belief may not always be wise, but it tells us the inheritance is not fully dead. Over long spans, then, the cost of becoming safer is not simple fragility. It is stratification. Human resilience becomes layered. At the surface there is comfort, routine, architecture, storage, medicine, and predictability. Beneath that there remains an older physiological core still capable of much more than daily life reveals. Between the two there is a growing gap in habit and knowledge. The body still owns ancient tools, but fewer people know how to hold them. The primitive trait almost still had by humans does not vanish in a blaze of progress. It is covered, generation by generation, by systems so successful that they persuade us we were always meant to live this way. And perhaps that is civilization's most elegant trick. It does not merely protect the body from the world, it persuades the body to forget the world it was shaped by. Houses, blankets, granaries, roads, walls, laws, medicine, and engineered environments all whisper the same message: you no longer need to be what you once were. For the most part, that message is true, and because it is true, the older self begins to dim. The species grows safer, softer at the edges, less directly instructed by weather and scarcity, and more dependent on what it builds beyond the skin. That dependence will eventually become so complete that most people will mistake it for nature, but beneath all of it, waiting in the dark beneath habit, the old inheritance still remains reduced, hidden, and no longer sovereign, yet not entirely gone. The body remembers in ways the mind cannot easily narrate. It remembers not through story, but through reaction. A sound in the dark sharpens attention before thought arrives. Sudden cold on the skin changes breathing instantly. Hunger alters mood long before language explains why. Sleep lost over several nights changes perception, patience, and judgment with a speed that feels embarrassing in a species so proud of its intellect. Under enough pressure, the polished self begins to thin, and something older starts moving underneath it, something efficient, narrow, and very far from civilized composure. This is where the primitive trait survives most visibly, now not only in muscle and metabolism, but in the ghost instincts of the mind. These instincts are not mystical remnants of a lost age. They are ordinary products of evolution, preserved because for most of human history, the brain and body could not afford to separate cleanly. Fear had to be fast, attention had to be biased toward threat, energy had to be mobilized before reflection, memory had to privilege danger, scarcity, and places where something went wrong. In a stable, modern environment, these tendencies can seem excessive, even maladaptive. They can become anxiety, hypervigilance, irritability, cravings, insomnia, compulsive checking, or the strange inability to relax when nothing is obviously wrong. But in older environments, the logic is clearer. A nervous system that reacts too late does not leave many descendants. One of the most ancient pieces of this machinery is the startle response. It is almost humiliating in its speed. A movement at the edge of vision, a crack in darkness, a sudden shift behind the body, and muscles prepare before dignity can intervene. The shoulders rise, the heart jumps, the eyes widen, breath changes. There is no committee meeting in the brain first. This is primitive survival in one of its purest forms, the organism wagering that false alarms are cheaper than missed danger. Most of the time in modern life the wager seems wasteful. In prehistory it was often correct. The world contained too many consequences for hesitation. Closely tied to this is the human bias toward negative memory. Bad experiences stick in the mind with disproportionate force. An insult outlasts a compliment. One frightening night can linger longer than many quiet ones. A near accident can keep replaying after hundreds of safe journeys. This tendency is unpleasant, but it makes evolutionary sense. A brain that remembers what nearly killed it is a brain worth keeping. Scholars still debate the exact cognitive pathways and cultural shaping of such biases, because the mind is never reducible to one simple adaptive story. Yet the broad pattern remains persuasive. Human memory is not neutral. It is tilted toward danger because danger once had first claim on survival. Sleep offers another haunting trace of the old design. Modern people often assume that healthy sleep should be deep, continuous, and fully detached from the environment. Yet human sleep architecture does not always behave that way. It remains vulnerable to sound, temperature, social context, stress, and light in ways that suggest a species never fully permitted the luxury of complete unconscious withdrawal. The evidence remains incomplete when we try to project this into prehistory. But what survives from modern sleep science, cross-cultural variation, and environmental anthropology suggests that human rest is more flexible and more fragile than modern ideals pretend. People can sleep in segments, adapt to interrupted nights, and remain moderately functional under less than perfect recovery for stretches that are unsustainable but not immediately catastrophic. Again, not because this is healthy in any romantic sense, but because the species evolved where perfect rest was rarely guaranteed. Fear of darkness may be one of the clearest emotional fossils in the human mind. Children in many societies show it with almost no instruction. Adults deny it more elegantly, but often structure their lives around eliminating darkness wherever possible. Electric light has become so normal that many people rarely experience true night anymore, yet the emotional charge of darkness remains stronger than its practical threat in most modern settings. That mismatch is revealing. Darkness once radically altered human vulnerability. Vision shrank. Predators and rivals gained advantage. Group cohesion mattered more. Fire became more than comfort. It became a border between exposure and relative safety. It is not difficult to imagine how deeply this repeated nightly transition could shape the emotional habits of a species. Hunger, too, has mental echoes that go well beyond the stomach. Irritability, narrowed focus, food preoccupation, altered patience, changes in risk tolerance. These are not failures of modern self-control so much as ancient prioritization systems still operating inside abundance. A body built in worlds of irregular intake does not treat calorie shortage as a polite inconvenience. It treats it as a potential emergency, even when the refrigerator is only a few steps away. This helps explain why appetite and food behavior can feel so disproportionate or stubborn in modern environments. The mind is not responding to a spreadsheet of available resources. It is responding through circuits shaped when scarcity was common, costly, and often sudden. There is also the strange human response to exertion beyond ordinary limits. Under acute stress, fatigue can briefly recede. Strength appears that seems unavailable under normal conditions. Pain dulls or is postponed. Attention collapses toward the immediate task. Afterward, the body exacts its payment in shaking, nausea, exhaustion, soreness, confusion, or emotional crash. This pattern is familiar from survival accounts, battlefield testimony, disaster response, and extreme athletics. It is tempting to dramatize it as hidden superhuman power, but that only obscures the truth. It is a carefully costly emergency setting. The primitive trait survives here as controlled self-damage in the service of immediate survival. The organism borrows from tomorrow because it suspects tomorrow may not come otherwise. Modern stress often misfires this system by presenting endless low-grade alarms without physical resolution. Social conflict, financial uncertainty, crowded environments, digital overstimulation, work surveillance, artificial light, and chronic time pressure can all trigger ancient circuits meant for more concrete threats. This is one reason modern anxiety can feel both irrational and physically overwhelming. The body is not always asking whether a threat is worthy of alarm in philosophical terms. It is asking whether uncertainty, status risk, isolation, sleep disruption, or repeated interruption resemble old danger enough to warrant mobilization. Often it decides yes. The result is a mind haunted by tools designed for another scale of world. One lesser-known remnant of primitive inheritance may lie in how quickly humans can become more alert, coordinated, and emotionally vivid under temporary hardship. People deprived of comfort often report, alongside misery, moments of heightened awareness, sharper perception in the wilderness, altered time sense during crisis, intense social bonding under shared strain, profound relief at warmth or food, and a sense that ordinary life is somehow muffled by comparison. Scholars still debate how much these experiences reflect neurochemistry, cultural expectation, or the mind's tendency to assign meaning after hardship. But the recurrence of the pattern matters. It suggests that the human nervous system is not merely damaged by stress. Under certain conditions, it also recognizes stress as an old operating language. This recognition may help explain the persistence of ritual hardship across cultures. Vision quests, fasts, ascetic retreats, endurance ceremonies, initiation ordeals, pilgrimages, martial training, solitude in difficult landscapes. These practices differ too much to flatten into one theory, yet they repeatedly use controlled discomfort to change perception and identity. That is not accidental. A species whose body and mind were long shaped by exposure may find that meaning attaches easily to hardship, because hardship once revealed competence, belonging, and survival in unmistakable terms. The old ghost instinct here is not just fear. It is the suspicion that something true about the self appears when comfort falls away. At the same time, there are costs to romanticizing this inheritance. Primitive mental responses are not noble in themselves. Hypervigilance can become pathological. Hunger can distort judgment. Sleep disruption can unravel emotional stability. Chronic pain tolerance can trap people inside damage they should not ignore. Fear circuits can generalize too broadly. The evidence from both modern psychology and ancient survival logic suggests that evolution did not build balance. It built adequacy under threat. Many of the mind's roughest edges are simply the price of having remained alive in unstable worlds. To say that we still carry ghost instincts is not to say they are wise. It is to say they are old. The link between body and mind becomes especially clear in children, whose reactions often seem less civilized because they are less covered by training. They startle easily. They cling in darkness. They melt into hunger, exhaustion, and overstimulation with startling speed. They seek warmth, rhythm, enclosure, and familiar bodies. Much of this is ordinary development, of course, but it also hints at something deeper. The human organism begins life needing regulation from outside because for most of our history, infants were physiologically and environmentally precarious. Adult calm is partly learned, partly social, and partly built on buffered surroundings. Under enough stress, adults can regress toward these more primitive needs with surprising speed. Even modern entertainment reveals these buried circuits. Horror relies on darkness, stalking, confinement, unseen movement, contamination, bodily violation, isolation, and the collapse of safe space, ancient threats translated into narrative form. Adventure stories often revolve around stripped-down conditions where hunger, weather, injury, and vigilance suddenly matter again. Audiences are drawn to these stories not only because they are dramatic, but because they awaken old maps in the nervous system. We understand them faster than we understand many abstractions. They reach below explanation into pattern recognition laid down over very long time. No single explanation fully accounts for every modern mental quirk through the lens of prehistory, and the temptation to do so should be resisted. Human psychology is shaped by culture, language, personal history, development, economics, and countless other forces layered over biology. Still, the biological layer remains indispensable. Beneath modern institutions and private identities, there persists a nervous system that evolved for variable sleep, periodic hunger, immediate danger, social dependence and environmental uncertainty. It does not always fit the world it now inhabits. Sometimes it protects us brilliantly, sometimes it punishes us pointlessly. Often it does both at once. This is why the primitive trait almost still had by humans cannot be confined to bones and muscles alone. It lives in stress chemistry, in vigilance, in the emotional charge of cold and dark, in the body's ability to keep moving under pressure, and in the mind's unsettling readiness to narrow itself around threat. Civilization has not erased these patterns. It has covered them with routines, architecture, institutions, a medicine so effective that we often encounter the older self only in flashes. A car skids, the power fails, a child is lost from sight for 3 seconds, a storm closes in on open ground, sleep vanishes for days, food runs short, suddenly the old circuitry lights up, and for a moment the modern person is not modern at all, but ancestral focused, reactive, frightened, and terribly alive. So the ghost instincts remain, not as relics of some vanished savage self, but as the still working underside of being human. They are what the mind looks like when built in a world where exposure is ordinary and certainty rare. They explain why comfort can feel strangely numbing, why controlled hardship can feel clarifying, why the dark still has emotional teeth, and why the body's alarms so often seem older than reason. We like to imagine that intelligence liberated us from primitive life. In truth, intelligence built a shelter around it. The creature inside never left completely. If the body leaves one kind of evidence in bone and the mind leaves another in reflex, science leaves a third kind altogether: disagreement. Human evolution is rich in fragments, but poor in total certainty. The farther back the question goes, and the more subtle the trait under examination, the more the story begins to blur at the edges. That is especially true here. The primitive trait humans almost still had is not a fossilized object that can be lifted cleanly from the ground and measured in a lab. It is a composite possibility, a fading bundle of physiological and behavioral capacities reconstructed from anatomy, archaeology, comparative biology, climate, and the logic of survival. That makes it both persuasive and deeply arguable. Scholars still debate not only how much of this trait was lost, but what exactly should count as having existed in the first place. One of the central disagreements begins with definition. What are we actually talking about when we speak of a primitive human trait of greater tolerance for exposure? Some researchers would frame the question in terms of thermoregulation, how ancient humans managed heat, cold, insulation, blood flow, fat use, and metabolic response. Others would emphasize endurance and locomotion, arguing that the key human inheritance lies in long-distance movement under stress rather than in direct cold resistance. Still others would focus on developmental plasticity, the body's ability to tune itself during growth to unstable environments. And some would resist the whole framing, warning that what looks like a trait may be better understood as a system body, behavior, social support, and material culture interacting so tightly that separating one from the others creates a misleading picture. That caution matters. Evolution rarely hands out neatly packaged features. Most of the capacities that help humans survive are distributed across many layers of the organism. Cold tolerance is not one switch. Hunger resilience is not one switch. Stress endurance is not one switch. Even sleep flexibility depends on physiology, social conditions, and learned habit. When people search for the primitive trait, they risk oversimplifying a body that was never organized so cleanly. No single explanation fully accounts for the full human operating range in prehistory, because that range emerges from combinations rather than singular causes. This is one reason the debate remains lively. It is not merely about evidence. It is about what counts as evidence for something so diffuse. Take thermoregulation. There is broad agreement that humans evolved strong heat dissipation capacity relative to many mammals, especially through sweating and reduced body hair. But how far this translates into later cold tolerance is much less straightforward. Some scholars argue that once humans entered colder environments, cultural solutions such as fire, clothing, and shelter became so important that biological cold adaptation in our lineage should not be overstated. Others point to body proportions, regional variation, metabolic flexibility, and exposure training as evidence that physiology still played a larger role than minimal accounts allow. The evidence remains incomplete, partly because the tissues most relevant to such questions rarely fossilize, and partly because modern human variation is shaped by both ancestry and recent environment in ways difficult to untangle cleanly. Neanderthals intensify this debate. For decades they were often portrayed as deeply cold-adapted humans whose stocky bodies and robust builds offered a biological answer to glacial Europe. That view has not vanished, but it has become more nuanced. Many researchers now emphasize that anatomy alone cannot explain Neanderthal success, and that cultural competence, mobility patterns, diet, clothing, shelter use, and seasonal strategies were all indispensable. Some even argue that the traditional picture overstates how cold specialized Neanderthals truly were, pointing out that cold adaptation can be patchy, context-dependent, and affected by many interacting traits. The deeper question remains open: how much did the body itself still carry, and how much had culture already taken over? The answer is almost certainly both, but the ratio is hard to fix. A similar disagreement surrounds the role of endurance. There is strong support for the idea that humans evolved bodies unusually capable of sustained movement, heat management, and persistence under moderate but prolonged strain. Some researchers connect this to persistence hunting, others to scavenging, ranging, or broader ecological flexibility. Yet even here consensus weakens around specifics. Did endurance evolve primarily for hunting, or as a general byproduct of moving through patchy landscapes? How frequently was it used at the limits of human capacity? Did its importance decline once tools and social coordination improved, or remain central throughout most of prehistory? The debate is not trivial, because it determines whether we understand the old human trait mainly as locomotor stamina or as a wider readiness for exposure in many forms. Then there is the question of modern survivals. How much of this ancient package still remains in people now? Some scientists emphasize that modern humans retain substantial plasticity, expose the body repeatedly to heat, cold, fasting, altitude, or endurance work, and it often adapts surprisingly quickly. This suggests that ancient physiological range has not been erased, merely muted. Others are more cautious, noting that adaptive responses within a lifetime are not the same as inherited baselines, and that training effect should not be confused with deep evolutionary continuity. A person can become more cold tolerant through exposure, yes, but that does not prove Pleistocene populations were dramatically more cold adapted in an innate sense. Here again the evidence resists simple answers. Comparative studies with living populations add both insight and confusion. People living today in high-altitude regions, deserts, Arctic environments, tropical forests, or traditional subsistence economies often show physiological and behavioral adaptations to local conditions. These cases are tempting windows into the past, but they must be used carefully. Modern populations are not preserved fossils. They have their own histories, technologies, gene flows, and political disruptions. Scholars still debate how far present-day variation can be projected backward as an analogue for ancient human capacities. Sometimes it is illuminating, sometimes it flatters the imagination more than it informs the science. The record suggests continuity in human flexibility, but not a simple map back to prehistory. One of the sharpest disagreements concerns whether ancient resilience should be thought of as genetic selection or developmental conditioning. In other words, were prehistoric humans often biologically different in inherited ways, or were many of their capacities produced by growing up in harsher conditions, being trained by them from childhood, and inhabiting cultures built around them? This is not an either-or question, but debate persists over emphasis. Some traits likely had strong heritable components shaped by long-term selection. Others may have depended more on developmental plasticity, where the same broad human organism can produce different outcomes under different environmental pressures. This matters because it changes how we interpret the near loss of the primitive trait. Did evolution reduce it, or did civilization simply stop rehearsing it? Probably both, but in proportions we cannot yet measure neatly. Popular culture, unsurprisingly, often makes the debate worse. It tends to split the story into two exaggerated versions. In one, ancient humans become almost supernatural survival machines, immune to cold, hunger, exhaustion, and pain in ways unsupported by evidence. In the other, they are fragile geniuses saved entirely by tools and social intelligence, with the body treated as secondary. Both views distort the archaeological and biological picture. The first turns adaptation into mythology. The second turns the organism into an afterthought. What survives in the record suggests something more difficult and more convincing. Humans were vulnerable animals with an unusually broad and trainable operating range, increasingly amplified by culture but not reducible to it. There is also a methodological problem at the heart of all this. Scientists can observe living humans under controlled stress, compare different populations, examine fossils, reconstruct past climates, and model energy budgets. But they cannot directly measure what it felt like to be an upper Paleolithic child sleeping through a bad winter, or a Neanderthal adult carrying fuel in wet cold, or an early Homo group walking too far in heat after scarce meals. Those realities are partly accessible, but never fully recoverable. The evidence remains incomplete not because scholars are failing, but because deep time is stingy. Much of the trait under discussion lives in the dynamic zone between body and circumstance, and that zone vanishes quickly from the material record. This uncertainty has an important consequence. It forces responsible scholarship to speak in probabilities rather than certainties. We can say that ancient humans likely endured more direct exposure than modern people do. We can say that bodies shaped by such lives probably possessed greater habitual tolerance for discomfort, interruption, and environmental stress. We can say that culture gradually reduced the selective burden on some of those capacities, but we must be careful not to claim more precision than the record can bear. How much greater, under which conditions, in which populations? At what evolutionary moment did one capacity fade while another remained? These are questions with answers, perhaps, but not final ones. One lesser-known source of disagreement lies in language itself. The words primitive, resilience, toughness, adaptation, and hardiness carry emotional baggage. They can invite romantic or political misuse. To say that ancient humans were more resilient can sound like praise of suffering, or like a moral judgment against modern comfort. To say they were not biologically extraordinary can sound like reducing their achievements. Scholars often have to navigate these traps carefully. The question is not whether the past was nobler or stronger. The question is what kinds of bodies and minds were necessary for human beings to survive before civilization externalized so much of the burden. That is a scientific question, but it lives dangerously close to cultural fantasy. Even within medicine and physiology, there are echoes of this uncertainty. Modern research on stress adaptation, cold exposure, intermittent fasting, sleep restriction, endurance training, and environmental acclimatization often reveals surprising human flexibility. But translating those findings into evolutionary conclusions is difficult. A body that can adapt in a laboratory or sports setting is not automatically evidence of ancient baseline conditions. Conversely, the existence of strong adaptive responses today does suggest that some old machinery still remains in workable form. The debate circles around this tension constantly. Ancient inheritance is clearly present, but its original scope and everyday expression remain partly veiled. And perhaps that is why no single explanation fully accounts for the story. The primitive trait humans almost still had may never resolve into one clean scientific object, because it was never one clean thing in life. It was endurance, thermoregulation, developmental plasticity, pain tolerance, sleep flexibility, alarm response, metabolic negotiation, group buffering, and material improvisation braided together across many environments and many species of human. What civilization later diminished was not one isolated faculty, but the old dependence on that braid as the baseline condition of existence. The disagreements, then, are not a weakness in the story. They are part of its truth. Human evolution is not simple enough to hand us easy lessons. It leaves us with converging evidence, competing emphases, and a clear but incomplete outline of a species once much closer to exposure than it is now. The body still carries traces of that history, but the traces are uneven, sometimes hidden, sometimes trainable, sometimes only visible under stress. Scholars will continue to argue over terminology, weighting, mechanism, and degree, and they should. That argument is one of the best safeguards against fantasy. It reminds us that what we're looking at is not legend, but a real organism in deep time, half recoverable, half lost, and still not fully understood. There are moments in evolution when a species passes so close to another possible version of itself that the lost alternative can still be sensed, like a shape in fog just beyond reach. Human beings seem to have passed through one of those moments more than once. The primitive trait that had carried our ancestors through exposure, hunger, interrupted sleep, cold margins, and relentless movement did not vanish because it had become useless. It vanished gradually because a new path kept opening beside it. Culture became reliable enough, often enough, to spare the body from having to remain quite so harshly prepared. But the margin was narrow. Had the climate swung differently, had migration patterns shifted, had technologies stabilized earlier or later, had certain populations remained longer under more direct environmental pressure, humans might have retained far more of that primitive inheritance than they now do. This is not speculation in the loose sense of fantasy. It is a way of reading contingency, the fact that evolution does not move toward a predetermined finish. It responds to conditions, and conditions change. The human body we inhabit today was not inevitable. It is only the version that survived alongside a very particular history of fire, clothing, social care, settlement, food control, and increasingly engineered shelter. Change any of those variables enough, and the balance between body and culture could have settled elsewhere. The evidence remains incomplete on countless details, but what survives in the broader record suggests that for a very long time, humans lived near a threshold where primitive bodily tolerance still mattered deeply, even as culture was beginning to crowd it out. That threshold could have remained open longer. Consider cold first, because cold is one of the most decisive filters in human history. If the world had remained harsher for longer in certain occupied zones, and if cultural buffering had spread less effectively or less evenly, stronger direct cold resilience might have continued to matter as a more severe selective pressure. This does not mean humans would ever have turned into fur-bearing specialists in the fashion of Arctic mammals. The lineage was already committed elsewhere. But body composition, vascular response, brown fat persistence, metabolic readiness, limb proportions in some regions, and developmental acclimatization patterns could all have remained under more intense sorting. A species slightly less dependent on built warmth might have persisted longer before architecture and clothing softened the edge. The same logic applies to hunger. Modern humans live, by evolutionary standards. In a bizarre nutritional world, calories can be dense, predictable, and detached from the labor once required to obtain them. That detachment is historically recent and profoundly unnatural, in the literal sense of not being the condition in which our physiology formed. If human societies had remained more mobile for longer, if storage and domestication had developed differently, or if agricultural systems has been less successful at buffering seasonal instability, the body's ancient negotiation with scarcity might still sit closer to the center of ordinary life. Metabolic flexibility, appetite regulation under irregular intake, and the mental tolerance for uncertainty around food could all have remained more sharply maintained, not as virtues, but as requirements. Movement is another lost crossroads. For most of prehistory, the body remains the primary vehicle of access, and distance remains a biological fact rather than a mechanical inconvenience. Only in the very late history of our species does movement begin to leave the body in any large-scale way. Had settlement been slower, had transport technologies arrived later, had landscapes remained more seasonally fragmented under climate stress, human beings might still carry a more openly endurance-based physiology in everyday life. The old package of feet hardened by terrain, joints shaped by regular load, and minds calibrated to the effort cost of distance might have stayed more visible. Instead, movement becomes increasingly optional in many settings, and optional traits rarely remain sharpened in the same way. There is also the question of childhood. A species can lose ancient capacities not only through genetics, but through the removal of the conditions that once trained them early. Had human children continued, across more of the species and for longer spans, to grow in direct conversation with cold, hunger, irregular sleep, environmental danger, and variable effort, then many forms of primitive resilience might still be common simply because they would still be rehearsed. Developmental plasticity allows the human organism to widen or narrow depending on what the world repeatedly demands. Civilization, in this sense, did not merely protect adults. It raised generations inside increasing insulation, and that may have done as much as anything to push the old trait toward dormancy. Some of the strongest hints of this near retention appear in populations living at ecological edges, where culture softens exposure but never fully masters it. Desert peoples, Arctic peoples, high-altitude communities, nomadic pastoralists, sea-oriented hunter-gatherers, foragers in highly seasonal environments each reveals, in different ways, that the human body remains capable of remarkable tuning when life still presses hard enough. These populations are not living fossils, and it would be both lazy and inaccurate to treat them as windows preserved unchanged from prehistory. Their histories are dynamic, inventive, and often profoundly disrupted by later states and empires. Yet they show that the human line never lost the capacity for broad adaptation altogether. It only lost the universal dependence on it. That distinction matters because it helps explain why the primitive trait almost stayed. It was not obsolete. In many places it remained useful. What changed was not usefulness in the abstract, but usefulness relative to cultural protection. Once enough people could survive and reproduce without being as directly exposed to the old tests. The species as a whole began to drift toward a different balance. The trait became patchier, more conditional, less necessary everywhere. It did not fail. It ceased to be mandatory. Evolution is often more permissive than dramatic. When a burden can be carried elsewhere, the body does not keep carrying it at maximum cost forever. There is a deeper irony here. The very capacities that allowed humans to reduce exposure intelligence, cooperation, memory, tool use, symbolic transmission also reduced the need to preserve exposure tolerance in its older form. Human success undermined one of its own foundations. The more effective the species became at storing resilience outside the body, the less the body needed to store quite so much inside itself. That is why the trait almost still had by humans feel so ghostly now. It was not defeated by a superior species. It was displaced by our own success. The primitive body built the ladder, and then culture climbed higher than the body alone could reach. Scholars still debate exactly how much of this was evolutionary change in the stricter genetic sense, and how much was historical change in lived conditions. The answer likely differs trait by trait. Some physiological tendencies may have shifted only modestly, while everyday practices altered enormously. In other cases, especially over thousands of years of settlement, diet change, climate change, and uneven mortality, selection may well have acted more substantially. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for all aspects of the transition. But what matters for this story is the narrowness of the passage. Humans did not leave the primitive world with a giant leap. They edged away from it incrementally, and at many points the old inheritance could have remained more central than it did. You can feel this possibility in the repeated historical moments when modern systems falter and the old capacities return from hiding. Famine, forced migration, war, shipwreck, expedition, imprisonment, wilderness exposure, and disaster all produce the same disturbing revelation: the body still contains a broader range than ordinary life requires. People walk farther, endure colder nights, tolerate greater hunger, recover from worse injury, and remain mentally functional under worse conditions than their normal routines would ever suggest. This does not mean modern people are secretly unchanged from their ancestors. It means the ancient operating range has not been wholly erased. It is thinner, less practiced, and often badly managed, but not gone. The near-lost trait almost stayed because some fraction of it never fully left. One lesser-known clue to this lies in how quickly many humans can reacquire forms of resilience under repeated challenge. Outdoor labour, military campaigns, migration, endurance training, extreme climates, and traditional subsistence all show that the body's thresholds are more elastic than comfort implies. Acclimatization can happen, appetite can reset, sleep can fragment and stabilize, cold shock can lessen, distance can become ordinary. These changes have limits, and they come with costs. Still, they point to a species that remains highly trainable. A less trainable organism would have lost the old inheritance far more completely. Our strange condition is that we are simultaneously softened and salvageable. That salvageability raises an unsettling thought. Had urbanization, intensive agriculture, and later industrial buffering arrived later, or remained less globally dominant, the average human experience might still include much more direct contact with the conditions that shaped us. The body would likely not be stronger in every sense. It might in many cases be more damaged, more infected, more nutritionally stressed. Ancient resilience should never be confused with ancient health. But the operating range of discomfort would be broader. The threshold for what counts as hardship would sit elsewhere. The mind would interpret cold, hunger, darkness, fatigue, and uncertainty differently because it would have to. Civilization did not simply reduce suffering. It redefined the scale on which suffering is measured. This is why the trait almost stayed rather than simply disappearing. Human beings remain too recent to their ancient past, too little changed in deep biological structure, and too broadly distributed for the old package to vanish cleanly. Our bodies still come from worlds of weather, scarcity, movement, and risk. Our lives now arrive padded, timed, warmed, lit, and provisioned in ways that would have looked impossible to almost every ancestor who contributed to us. Between those two realities sits a narrow evolutionary bridge. On one side is the body that could take more from the world because it had no choice. On the other is the body that increasingly expects the world to be arranged in advance. We cross that bridge, but not by much. And that small distance may be the most important thing of all. It means modern humanity is not some wholly remade creature of pure culture. It is a species still built on primitive scaffolding, only hidden under layers of success. The trait almost still had by humans remains visible whenever conditions strip those layers back. In another timeline, perhaps one with longer severe climates, slower settlement, more fragmented technologies, or less stable food systems, that scaffolding might still stand closer to the surface in everyday life. We would recognize ourselves, but differently, harder to cushion, harder to overfeed, more accustomed to interrupted sleep, raw weather, long distance, and uncertainty. Not better, not nobler, merely closer to what the body once was. That alternative version of humanity never fully arrived, yet it never vanished entirely either. It lingers as possibility inside the species, a road almost taken and never wholly abandoned. Every time the body surprises us with what it can bear, every time hardship awakens capacities comfort had hidden, we catch sight of that nearly retained inheritance. It is one of evolution's quieter ghosts, not a lost organ, not a vanished limb, but a wider operating range that culture slowly persuaded us to surrender, without ever quite taking it away. At the edges of the human world, the old inheritance lingers longest. It does not survive there in pure form, untouched by history, because no human population has ever been untouched by history, but the margins preserve truths that centers forget, where cold still enters daily life, where distance is crossed on foot, where food remains tied to season and skill, where wind, darkness, and terrain still matter in practical ways. The body continues to reveal capacities that more buffered societies often misread as extraordinary. In reality, they are not extraordinary at all. They are fragments of a wider human baseline that civilization has obscured unevenly rather than erased completely. This is why isolated populations and marginal landscapes matter so much to the story. They show that the primitive trait did not vanish everywhere at once, and perhaps never vanished in the same way at all. Some of its elements remained under stronger selection or stronger daily rehearsal in places where culture could not fully insulate life from environment. The Arctic, deserts, high mountains, steppe, remote coasts, dense forests, seasonal islands, and mobile pastoral worlds all kept asking more from the body than many settled agricultural or later urban societies did. Not infinitely more, and not in the same exact ways, but enough to preserve a closer relationship between survival and direct bodily competence. Consider the far north. Human groups living in Arctic and subarctic conditions developed astonishing cultural systems of insulation, mobility, hunting, fuel use, and material intelligence. This is crucial because their success does not prove that humans became naturally polar mammals. It proves, again, that culture and body work together. Yet even with sophisticated clothing, shelters, sled technology, food knowledge, and social organization, daily life in such regions still trained and depended on a narrower margin for error than most modern urban life. Frost, wind, cold-soaked hands, caloric demand, and the constant practical reading of weather remained immediate. The body in these worlds did not get to forget exposure, it lived beside it. The same is true, in a very different register, of desert populations. Heat, thirst, and distance impose another form of discipline. Here the primitive inheritance appears not as cold resilience, but as the ability to negotiate dehydration risk, long travel, erratic food opportunity, and intense thermal contrast between day and night. Again, no one survives desert life through physiology alone. Route knowledge, movement timing, water memory, food strategy, and social coordination are essential. But bodies still matter in old ways. Feet matter, endurance matters, appetite regulation matters. The ability to remain mentally functional under thirst and uncertainty matters. At ecological edges, culture never fully replaces the organism. It can only tutor it. High-altitude populations offer a related but more specialized example. Over generations, some groups have developed notable physiological responses to low oxygen, though these vary between regions and lineages and are not reducible to one universal adaptation. What matters for this story is the broader principle. Human beings can remain in difficult environments long enough for biology and culture together to shape distinctive ways of enduring them. The body still has range. It still tunes itself. Civilization may cover much of that flexibility in more buffered worlds. But at altitude, the old human reality becomes visible again. Survival is always partly a conversation between flesh and place. Even islands can preserve fragments of the inheritance, though in subtler ways. Isolated populations on remote coasts or islands often develop lifeways tightly tied to seasonality, maritime danger, fluctuating resources, and the practical knowledge needed to extract food from unstable environments. The primitive trait here may show less in obvious thermal challenge and more in uncertainty tolerance, labour endurance, injury acceptance, and the constant reading of wind, tide, and timing. Isolation sharpens consequences. A missed opportunity or a damaged tool can matter more when supply does not arrive from somewhere else. In such places, the body's older readiness for inconvenience, risk, and physical repetition can remain more visible than it does in the heavily provisioned centres of large states. Scholars still debate how much modern or recent isolated populations can tell us about the deeper past, and the debate is justified. No living group is a frozen relic. Trade, displacement, colonization, disease, technological exchange, and political violence have transformed even the most remote communities. To treat them as windows directly preserved from prehistory would be crude and misleading, but to ignore them would also be a mistake. What they offer is not a museum of ancient humanity. It is a demonstration of possibility. They show what human bodies and minds can still do when life remains in stubborn contact with exposure, variability, and effort. One of the most revealing patterns in such populations is not sheer toughness, but calibration. People raised in demanding environments often interpret discomfort differently. Cold is not immediately read as crisis. Distance is not automatically deterrent. Hunger does not always become emotional emergency at once. Sleep may be distributed around labour and season rather than defended as a rigid private entitlement. None of this means suffering disappears. It means thresholds shift. The body and mind learn another scale. This may be one of the most important survivals of the primitive trait, not dramatic physical superiority, but a broader sense of what counts as normal hardship before alarm overtakes function. There are also physiological traces. Repeated cold exposure can alter circulation and subjective tolerance. Repeated walking and load-bearing change the musculoskeletal body. Diets based on local constraints can produce different metabolic expectations. Daily movement, variable feeding schedules, and outdoor exposure influence sleep, thermoregulation, appetite, and stress response. Much of this is developmental rather than purely genetic, though genetics may matter too in some cases. The evidence remains incomplete, and no single explanation fully accounts for the balance between inheritance and training. But the pattern is robust enough where life remains close to the environment. The old human operating range becomes easier to see. This is why isolated populations so often unsettle outsiders. They reveal that many limits assumed to be universal are actually local products of comfort. A person from a heavily buffered society may look at Arctic hunting, long desert crossings, seasonal pastoral migration, mountain labour, or maritime subsistence and see exceptional hardship. The people living those worlds may see ordinary life structured by learned caution and competence. That difference in perception is itself part of the story. The primitive inheritance did not only live in blood vessels and muscle fibres, it lived in expectation. Once expectation changes, the meaning of effort changes with it. There is, however, a danger in this line of thinking. Marginal populations have often been romanticized as tougher, purer, or closer to some imagined original humanity. That romanticism is dishonest and often cruel. It ignores suffering, exploitation, infant mortality, injury, exhaustion, and the historical violence many such communities have endured. Ancient resilience was never a lifestyle brand. It was often simply the cost of having no alternative. Any honest account must keep that in view. The old trait lingers longest at the edges, not because the edges are noble, but because the edges keep demanding it. One lesser-known consequence of this long demand may be the preservation of environmental literacy that industrial societies lose with startling speed. In more exposed worlds, people read cloud forms, snow texture, wind direction, animal movement, water signs, plant timing, and the behavior of materials under stress as part of ordinary survival. This is not separate from the body's primitive range, it supports it. A body survives hardship better when hardship is detected early, interpreted correctly, and met with ingrained response rather than abstraction. Modern societies often externalize such knowledge into instruments, forecasts, and infrastructure. Once those systems fail, the gap becomes obvious. The old literacy has gone faster than the old physiology. This helps explain why some modern survival situations are so revealing. Individuals from highly insulated environments may possess the raw biological potential to endure, but without the habits and perception that once accompanied it, they use that potential badly. They overexert early, misread exposure, mismanage clothing, waste water, fail to conserve heat, or panic when routines break down. By contrast, those trained in harsher conditions may appear physically exceptional when in fact they are simply better integrated body, expectation, and environment still working in older alignment. The primitive trait survives most effectively not as isolated bodily grit, but as competence distributed across the whole person. Nomadic and semi-nomadic peoples often illustrate this especially clearly. Mobility preserves an ancient relation between body and landscape that permanent settlement weakens. To move seasonally with animals, weather, grazing, or opportunity is to remain in direct negotiation with distance and timing. The body cannot become wholly detached from function. Packs are carried, shelters built and dismantled, routes remembered, injuries worked around, children managed in motion, and efforts spread across the year according to ecological demand. Such lives are not prehistoric echoes in any simplistic sense, but they do preserve something civilization tends to hide. Movement is not exercise, it is a mode of existence, and the human body was built with that mode in mind for far longer than it has lived without it. At the same time, these edge survivals reveal how incomplete the loss truly is. The ancient package is not absent in city dwellers, office workers, or the medically protected. It is merely latent. Place a modern body under repeated challenge, and much of the older range can reappear, though often clumsily and at cost. What edge populations show is not a separate kind of humanity, but a more visible conversation with the same inheritance. They are reminders that the species still contains older instructions, even if those instructions now speak more softly in many places. This uneven survival across the human world may be the strongest evidence of all that the primitive trait almost stayed. Had civilization spread more slowly, had ecological exposure remained more common, had comfort been less universal or less stable, much more of that inheritance might still stand near the centre of ordinary life. Instead, it became concentrated in the margins, in difficult professions, in traditional ecologies, in crisis, in training, and in the body's reluctant brilliance under duress. The centres forgot first, the edges forgot last. And so the story turns here toward the present with a sharper sense of contrast. The old inheritance never disappeared cleanly into the past. It retreated into landscapes where weather still mattered, into populations for whom movement and season still ruled daily decisions, into bodies that had not yet been fully taught to expect insulation from the world. There, at the far ends of heat, cold, wind, height, distance, and scarcity, the human animal remained recognizably ancient, not unchanged, never unchanged, but ancient enough to remind us what we were built to endure before comfort became our most persuasive environment. Modern life is full of ancient reactions trapped inside artificial conditions. A person wakes to an alarm rather than dawn, walks a few steps on climate-controlled floors, eats food gathered by machinery and delivered through systems too vast to picture, sits for hours beneath stable light, and feels tired in ways that seem detached from anything physical. Yet the body moving through that day is still assembled from much older expectations. It still regulates heat with systems shaped before insulation was constant. It still stores energy according to rules written in scarcity. It still responds to threat with chemistry meant for immediate danger. It still falls apart under stillness more quickly than a truly sedentary species should. The modern body is not a new organism. It is ancient machinery running in an environment so novel that many of its oldest features now appear strange, inconvenient, or pathological simply because they no longer fit cleanly. This mismatch is one of the clearest places where the primitive trait survives. The body still wants movement in a way that modern schedules often treat as optional recreation. Muscles weaken and joints stiffen with startling speed when unloaded. Blood sugar regulation worsens. Sleep quality shifts. Mood drifts. Attention frays. Pain appears in systems that, from an evolutionary perspective, seem to be protesting a refusal to do what they were built for. This does not mean every ancient human was constantly healthy or active in some idealized way. Prehistoric bodies were often overworked, injured, infected, and underfed, but they were not designed around prolonged stillness. Our species evolved on foot, carrying, climbing, crouching, standing, reaching, and covering distance. The modern sedentary condition is biologically bizarre, and the body responds to it as though something essential has been withheld. Temperature reveals another layer of ancient machinery. Many people now live within narrow thermal bands for most of their lives. Buildings, vehicles, clothing technology, and energy systems have made stable comfort so normal that minor deviations feel dramatic. Yet the body still retains powerful responses to cold and heat. It constricts blood vessels, it sweats, it shivers, it changes appetite and alertness, it alters skin sensation and circulation. Repeated exposure can still modify tolerance to a degree, suggesting that the old system remains operational even if underused. Scholars still debate how much of this modern plasticity reflects deep inherited capacity versus ordinary physiological adjustment, but the larger point remains. The body is not finished with weather, even if architecture tries to be. Illness sometimes exposes this ancient design more clearly than health does. Fever, fatigue, appetite loss, heightened sensitivity to cold, and the strange narrowing of attention during sickness all reveal a body that reallocates resources according to older priorities. Even inflammation can be understood as part of an ancient survival toolkit, beneficial in some contexts and deeply damaging in others. Modern medicine is powerful enough to interrupt these responses, manage them, or correct their overreach. But it does not erase the fact that the body still operates through inherited strategies developed in far rougher conditions. When systems go wrong now, they often go wrong by exaggerating or misdirecting machinery that once made survival possible. Athletic extremes offer a more voluntary glimpse into the same truth. Endurance sports, mountaineering, open water swimming, military selection courses, polar expeditions, desert racing, and long wilderness travel all repeatedly show that the human organism can be pushed far beyond what ordinary urban life would lead one to expect. People can acclimatize, carry on while tired, recover from repeated stress, and function through discomfort at levels that surprise even them. None of this should be romanticized. Extreme effort also breaks bodies, impairs judgment, and can kill with ruthless speed. But the existence of this range matters. It suggests that the primitive trait remains embedded not as a mythic power, but as a wider bandwidth that modern life rarely requires and therefore tends to underestimate. The same is true of involuntary ordeals. Disaster zones, war, displacement, famine, shipwreck, imprisonment, and forced migration repeatedly reveal the body's older operating logic. People adapt to irregular sleep because they must. They walk farther than they believed possible because there is no transport. They function on sparse food because the alternative is collapse. They endure cold, heat, filth, grief, and fear for longer than their prior lives would have made imaginable. Often they do so badly, painfully, and with permanent cost, but they do it. What emerges in these moments is not a new trait summoned from nowhere. It is the old machinery reactivated under conditions closer to those that shaped it. One lesser-known aspect of this reactivation is how quickly perception itself can change. Under prolonged exertion or exposure, people often begin reading the world differently. Shade matters more, dry ground matters more, wind direction matters more. The quality of water, the weight of clothing, the timing of food, the sound of weather, and the feel of shelter all become newly vivid. The senses reorganize around survival relevance. This is one of the most ancient things about the human mind. The body does not merely endure, it reprioritizes reality. In comfort, many details are background. Under pressure, they become central. The world sharpens because the organism has returned, however briefly, to the conditions under which attention evolved. Modern medicine complicates the picture in a fascinating way. It allows bodies to survive that would once have died, and relieves suffering that ancient humans could not have imagined escaping. It is among the greatest achievements of our species. Yet by lowering mortality and reducing the everyday visibility of raw biological struggle, it also deepens the illusion that the body has somehow outgrown its older design. In truth, medicine does not replace human physiology. It negotiates with it, stabilizes it, overrides parts of it, and compensates for its failures. The ancient machinery is still there underneath the intervention. That is why so much medicine works by working with existing systems, immune response, healing, metabolism, circulation, pain control rather than inventing wholly new ones. Sleep remains one of the clearest battlegrounds between modern settings and ancient biology. Electric light extends day beyond any ancestral norm. Screens, schedules, noise, stress, and indoor living interfere with cues that once synchronized the body more reliably. Yet the organism still craves darkness, rhythm, cooling, safety, and regularity in ways that reveal its origins. Disturb those inputs enough and cognition suffers quickly. Mood worsens, appetite shifts, recovery weakens, and attention becomes unstable. This fragility might seem like proof that modern humans are soft. More accurately, it shows that sleep was never a luxury system. It was always a vital maintenance process built in worlds where mismanaging it carried higher costs than we often notice until we begin to unravel. Appetite may be the most politically and emotionally charged remnant of all. The body still behaves as though calories can disappear unpredictably. It rewards sugar, fat, salt, and dense energy with a force that makes far more sense in a lean environment than in the supermarket. It stores surplus with determination. It can become anxious around scarcity signals, distorted by stress and confused by abundance detached from effort. Modern people often blame themselves morally for these tendencies, but at root they reflect ancient survival logic operating in a world of industrial excess. The primitive trait here survives not as admirable toughness, but as a system tragically well designed for one environment and disastrously mismatched to another. Pain and stress follow a similar pattern. The body remains capable of ignoring pain temporarily when survival demands it, but in calmer conditions pain can become chronic, misdirected, or socially amplified. Stress chemistry can mobilize life-saving action, but chronic activation can corrode cardiovascular health, mood, immunity, and sleep. None of this is evidence that evolution failed. It is evidence that evolution prepared the organism for instability, not for sustained bureaucratic pressure. Digital overload, social isolation in crowds, or endless abstract alarms. The machine still works, but sometimes against the world it now inhabits. There is a strange consolation in this. Many people experience their bodies as frustrating, overreactive, tired, hungry, anxious, inflamed, or difficult to control. Seen only through the lens of modern norms, these responses can feel like betrayal. Seen through the deeper lens of human history, they often look more like misapplied competence. The body is trying to solve ancient problems with ancient tools in a world where the problems have changed form. It urges movement because movement once maintained life. It craves energy because scarcity once hovered nearby. It startles because danger once emerged fast. It narrows attention under stress because that used to save time. The ghost of the primitive trait is not merely in what the body can still do under hardship. It is also in what the body still expects hardship to be. At the same time, modern life has not only buried ancient machinery, it has also made that machinery visible through experimentation. Physiology labs, endurance sports, thermal studies, sleep research, metabolic studies, and field science all repeatedly reveal capacities that would otherwise remain hidden beneath routine comfort. People acclimate to altitude, they improve heat tolerance, they build aerobic range, they adapt partially to cold, they change metabolic markers through diet and exertion. The evidence remains incomplete on how directly these modern findings translate back into deep prehistory, and scholars still debate the proper limits of such analogies. But taken together, they show that the human organism is still more plastic than daily life implies. This plasticity is perhaps the most important surviving fragment of the old inheritance. A fully softened species would not be able to reacquire range so quickly. Humans can, not infinitely and not equally, but enough to prove that culture covered over capacities faster than biology destroyed them. That is why modern bodies can still surprise themselves, under training, under crisis, under repeated exposure, or even under illness and recovery. They reveal instructions written long before cities existed. The machinery is older than comfort and, in many ways, wiser than it appears when measured only by convenience. So the present is not separate from the past, after all. It is the past disguised by infrastructure. Every central heated room, every supermarket aisle, every mattress, vaccine, flashlight, road, and ambulance stands between the body and conditions it once had to negotiate directly. Remove enough of those layers and the old human being begins to reappear not as a fantasy warrior, but as a flexible, stressed, surprisingly durable organism built for a world that did not promise ease. The primitive trait almost still had by humans' lives on in that organism. It survives in our capacity to adapt, in the speed with which the body returns to older logics, and in the ongoing friction between what civilization offers and what evolution prepared us for. We are modern, certainly, but only on the surface. Underneath, the machinery is still listening for weather. Civilization does not erase old traits. It buries them under replacements so effective that later generations forget anything was buried at all. That is what happened to this nearly vanished inheritance. The primitive human capacity for enduring exposure, uncertainty, physical interruption, and environmental strain was not removed from the species in one clean evolutionary act. It was gradually covered by walls, by roofs, by woven fibers and stitched hides, by stores of grain, by roads, by laws, by enclosed fires turned into ovens and furnaces, by ships and wheels and engines, by medicine and glass and electric light, by systems so layered and so successful that they began to seem more natural than the body itself. What civilization buried was not merely hardship. It buried the visibility of what the body had once been expected to do. At first the burial is light. A better shelter means one less night fully exposed to wind. Reliable fire means a little less direct cold. Shared food means one failed hunt does not always become crisis. A settled place means less daily uncertainty about where sleep will happen. But as these protections accumulate across centuries and then millennia, a deeper shift occurs. The ordinary human day ceases to be structured around direct negotiation with weather, terrain, danger, darkness, hunger, and distance. Instead, it becomes structured around human-made environments that filter those things in advance. The body still responds to them, but less often and with less total responsibility. A buried trait does not disappear. It becomes unnecessary to notice. Agriculture marks one stage of this burial, but not the final one. Farming stores calories in landscapes and containers. Villages hold warmth, memory, and labour in place. Boundaries emerge. Repetition emerges. The world becomes more planned, but also more enclosed. The body is no longer the sole vessel of survival. Land carries survival. Walls carry survival. Domesticated animals carry survival. Granaries carry survival. Seasonal knowledge remains crucial. But more of it is now distributed into infrastructure rather than held entirely in movement and immediate physical response. The primitive trait still matters in drought, frost, famine, war, and disease. Yet in many ordinary seasons it is already beginning to sleep. Cities deepen the burial. Urban life changes distance first. Movement becomes constrained by streets rather than terrain, by architecture rather than migration routes. Water is brought inward. Waste is pushed outward, though rarely well at first. Food arrives through networks. Heat can be concentrated, labour divided, danger externalized into walls, guards, laws, and eventually bureaucracies. This does not make city life comfortable in the modern sense. Ancient cities are filthy, disease-ridden, noisy, and often brutal, but they do transform the source of survival. More and more, people live because a system continues to function, not because their individual bodies can independently withstand open exposure. The human animal becomes dependent on collective machinery. This is a gain in one sense, and a vulnerability in another. That new vulnerability is easy to miss because it wears the face of progress. Civilization seems stronger than the body because it can do what the body cannot. It can store grain against winter. It can raise walls against enemies. It can irrigate dry fields. It can channel fire into kilns, kitchens, metallurgy, and heat. It can extend memory through writing and distribute labour across thousands of strangers. But in doing so, It changes the species psychologically as well as physically. A body once accustomed to solving life through immediate adaptation now begins living inside systems it cannot personally reproduce. Fewer people know how to find water without a well, make shelter without timber already shaped, preserve warmth without architecture, or survive failed supply without stored surplus organized by others. The old inheritance remains in the organism, but the knowledge surrounding it becomes thinner. This thinning matters because the burial of the trait is not only biological, it is civilizational amnesia. A body may still be capable of wider resilience, but a society that has externalized resilience into specialized systems no longer teaches every person how to access that capacity. Instead, it teaches dependency on continuity. Roads must remain open, harvests must arrive, storage must remain protected, trade must continue, fuel must be available, institutions must keep functioning. When they do, civilization feels like liberation from primitive life. When they fail, the buried trait reappears in fragments, often too late and too poorly integrated to serve cleanly. This is one reason collapse is so revealing. Whenever complex systems fracture, whether in ancient droughts, sieges, migration crises, plagues, modern wars, natural disasters, blackouts, or disrupted supply chains, the distance between civilized expectation and bodily inheritance becomes suddenly visible. People discover how much of survival they had outsourced. Some adapt astonishingly, others falter quickly. Both outcomes belong to the same species. The difference often lies not in whether the old trait still exists, but in how deeply it has been buried beneath routine, training, and environmental insulation. Civilization does not destroy human resilience evenly. It hides it under different depths. One lesser-known consequence of this hiding may be the moral language that gathers around comfort and hardship. In many highly organized societies, tolerance for discomfort becomes either stigmatized as backwardness or celebrated artificially as virtue. Both reactions reveal distance from the older human baseline. In a world still ruled by weather and scarcity, endurance is neither heroic nor optional. It is ordinary. Once civilization reduces exposure, however, endurance becomes symbolic. It can be turned into military discipline, spiritual purification, elite sport, frontier mythology, class performance, or nostalgic fantasy. This symbolic afterlife is one of the strangest signs that the primitive trait has been buried rather than erased. We no longer need it constantly, so we begin telling stories about it. Architecture may be the most literal form of burial. A wall changes everything. It cuts wind, organizes heat, controls light, creates enclosure, permits storage, and allows the body to sleep more deeply because boundaries are no longer made solely by vigilance and darkness. Multiply walls into houses, neighborhoods, towns, fortresses, apartment blocks, heated offices, hospitals, schools, warehouses, and transport systems, and the body's ancient conversation with the elements becomes increasingly abstract. Weather turns into forecast, distance turns into schedule, seasonal risk turns into price fluctuation. The body does not stop existing as an animal, but it becomes less directly addressed by the planet. Civilization speaks first. Medicine buries the trait in another way. For almost all of human existence, the body's primitive range includes how much pain, fever, infection, injury, childbirth risk, and weakness can be survived without technical intervention. Medicine interrupts that calculus. It reduces suffering and extends life. And in doing so, it transforms which bodies remain in the population and how bodily limits are understood. This is among civilization's greatest mercies. But it also means that ancient resilience becomes harder to perceive because its role in survival is constantly being supplemented or replaced. A wound that once demanded weeks of raw endurance may now require surgery, antiseptic, pain control, antibiotics, and controlled recovery. The body still heals, but it heals inside a scaffold of assistance older humans could never count on. Then comes industry, and with it the burial becomes almost complete. Coal, steam, electricity, refrigeration, mechanized transport, chemical agriculture, mass housing, synthetic materials, heating systems, artificial cooling, medical infrastructure, and global trade all conspire to place the human body farther than ever from the conditions that shaped it. Food is no longer necessarily local. Warmth is no longer necessarily earned against cold. Darkness can be abolished at will. Distance becomes compression in time. Labour can be detached from subsistence almost entirely. For many people, survival ceases to feel like a negotiation with ecology and begins to feel like participation in systems of service, work, administration, and exchange. The primitive trait does not fit obviously anywhere inside this new order, so it appears to have vanished. But it has not vanished. It remains as a buried substructure beneath industrial comfort, and the proof lies in what happens whenever the upper layers crack. Heat waves kill when cooling fails. Cold kills when power fails. Panic spreads when supply chains thin. Hunger reorganizes behavior quickly. Forced movement reveals how poorly many bodies are trained for distance, and yet how surprisingly adaptable they still are when the need becomes unavoidable. Emergency medicine, disaster response, refugee survival, expedition failure, and military logistics all repeatedly rediscover the same fact beneath highly engineered living. This species is still an animal with ancient thresholds. Civilization can override those thresholds, cushion them, and forget them. It cannot abolish them. Scholars still debate exactly how much modern industrial life has changed the body itself, beyond behavior and expectation. Some changes are obvious. Average stature can shift with nutrition. Disease burden and public health. Body composition shifts with diet and labor. Reproductive patterns shift. Lifespan lengthens dramatically where systems function well. But many deeper systems remain recognizably ancient. Sleep still depends on circadian structure. Thermoregulation still depends on the same broad toolkit. Stress still mobilizes old chemistry. Appetite still speaks in the grammar of scarcity. Pain still demands attention. The evidence remains incomplete when we try to measure how much of the old resilience has softened biologically versus socially. But the distinction may matter less than it seems. A trait buried under habit and infrastructure can be as hard to access as a trait diminished by selection. That is why modern collapse scenarios, whether real or imagined, exert such fascination. They strip away the visible layers of civilization and ask what remains beneath. People are drawn to that question not only out of fear, but because some part of the species recognizes it as a return to first principles. What can the body still bear? What can the group still improvise? How much protection can be rebuilt once the inherited shell around us breaks? These are ancient questions. Civilization made them feel obsolete, but only so long as civilization itself remains stable. The buried trait waits precisely there, under the floorboards of success. There is a sadness in this burial too, not because hardship was good, but because with the loss of direct exposure came a loss of intimacy with reality at certain scales. Weather became background, night became decoration, distance became inconvenience, Hunger became either pathology or choice. Silence became rare. The body's old knowledge of effort, timing, and material dependence grew faint. Civilization gave us extraordinary things in return: safety, art, medicine, memory, law, complexity, relief from needless suffering. Yet it also created a species increasingly unfamiliar with its own foundations. We became protected from the world, and in doing so, partly estranged from the organism that had once learned the world so closely. Still, burial is not extinction. Soil covers ruins, but the structure remains below. The primitive human trait almost still had by us survives in every emergency adaptation, every unexpected reserve of stamina, every flash of cold tolerance, every recovery from hardship that surprises the person enduring it. It survives in the body's refusal to be only modern. Civilization built over it so successfully that most days we walk above it without noticing. Yet underneath the flooring of comfort and custom, the older house remains, not intact, not sovereign, but waiting its beams, ancient, its rooms dark, its foundations laid in weather, hunger, movement, fear, and the stubborn continuance of a species that once survived much closer to the ground. In the end, what nearly vanished is not a dramatic relic like a tailbone story exaggerated into legend, nor some obvious prehistoric feature that modern people can point to in the mirror. It is something more unsettling precisely because it is harder to see. What humans almost still had was a wider biological tolerance for being unfinished before the world, a greater built-in readiness for cold, hunger, distance, pain, interrupted sleep, physical strain, and uncertainty. Not limitless toughness, not noble suffering, simply a broader range within which the body and mind could continue to function before culture stepped in to help. That range once sat much closer to the center of ordinary human life. Now it survives mostly at the edges under training, in crisis, in difficult landscapes, in involuntary hardship, and in the strange flashes when the body reveals it has remembered more than daily comfort allows. The long arc of the human story makes this almost lost inheritance feel paradoxical. We became the dominant species not by clinging to primitive resilience alone, but by learning how to move resilience outside ourselves. Fire carried warmth beyond the skin. Clothing carried insulation beyond flesh. Shelter carried safety beyond vigilance. Storage carried survival beyond immediate foraging. Medicine carried recovery beyond raw endurance. Civilization did not defeat the body. It relieved it. It took over tasks that biology had once been forced to perform directly and did them more reliably, more collectively, and eventually on scales no individual organism could ever manage. That is why the primitive trait faded. It was not abandoned because it had no value. It was surpassed by a species clever enough to build substitutes for what its body once had to do the hard way. But substitution always leaves a trace of what came before. Even now the body still behaves as if weather matters, because for almost all of human time it did. It still behaves as if hunger is serious, because for almost all of human time it was. It still treats darkness as emotionally charged, distance as physically meaningful, injury as potentially life-altering, sleep as sacred and fragile, and sudden threat as something to meet with immediate chemical violence. The body does not know, in any deep evolutionary sense, that there is a thermostat on the wall, a stocked kitchen nearby, electric light waiting at a switch, an ambulance one phone call away, or a national grid holding back the cold. It knows only what shaped its design, and that shaping took place in worlds where none of those things existed. That is why the modern condition feels so divided. We live in unprecedented protection, yet still carry systems built for exposure. We have engineered stability, yet remain vulnerable to the smallest interruptions in sleep, food, temperature, and stress. We imagine ourselves refined beyond primitive life, yet under pressure the older animal appears almost instantly. It narrows attention, it rations energy, it wakes in the dark, it keeps moving while hurt, it seeks warmth, company, calories, and cover with a clarity that cuts through abstraction. Civilization can hide that creature, train it, soothe it, medicate it, and surround it with substitutes. It cannot fully replace it, because it was built on top of it. This may be the most revealing thing about being human. Our greatness never rested on escaping our biological limits. It rested on partnering with them long enough to build something larger. The primitive body came first. It crossed the open ground first. It endured the cold night first. It carried the child, the ember, the cut stone, the memory of water, the ache of hunger, and the fear of what moved beyond the light. Only after that came the hut, the camp, the village, the field, the road, the wall, the furnace, the ship, the city, the state, the laboratory, the hospital, the heated room. All the great human protections are younger than the organism they protect. That organism is older, rougher, and more capable of hardship than comfort likes to admit. And yet the story should not end in nostalgia. There is no wisdom in pretending that we are meant to suffer more, or that civilization weakened us by saving us. Ancient resilience came with terrible costs, infant deaths, untreated pain, exposure, infection, exhaustion, and lives measured too closely against accident and weather. The old trait was useful because the world was merciless, not because mercilessness was somehow purifying. If civilization buried that inheritance, it also buried a great deal of needless suffering with it. The true mystery is not whether we should go back. We cannot and should not. The mystery is what it means to be a species that still carries ancient machinery long after it has stopped living by ancient rules. Perhaps the answer is that humans are never only one thing at a time. We're not purely primitive animals, and we're not purely creatures of culture. We are the uneasy overlap between them. We are bodies built in exposure and minds building shelter against it. We are skin and fire, hunger and storage, fear and architecture, winter and memory. The trait that almost stayed with us reveals this overlap more clearly than almost anything else. It shows that civilization is not a replacement for nature, but a long argument with it, conducted by a species that could only argue so far because its body first endured enough to keep speaking. So the near-lost inheritance remains with us in reduced form, not as a proud emblem, but as a hidden reserve. It is there when the lights go out and the room cools. It is there when the road runs longer than expected. It is there in the body's ability to adapt again when hardship becomes real. It is there in the strange familiarity of fatigue, cold, hunger, and effort when they return, as if some older self recognizes them before the modern one does, and it is there in the knowledge, uncomfortable but undeniable, that beneath the protections we have built, we are still made of ancient instructions written for a harsher earth. The primitive trait humans almost still had was never fully lost. It was outbuilt, outpadded, outstored, outheated, and outlit. It was taught to stand back while culture took the lead. But when culture stumbles, even briefly, the old inheritance steps forward with surprising speed. That is its final lesson. Human beings did not leave the primitive world behind as completely as they imagine. They merely built enough around it to stop seeing how close it still is. The night, in the end, is still the right place to leave this story. Not because the dark is where humans began, but because it is where the illusion of separation becomes thinnest. A room cools after the power fails, a distant wind touches glass, hunger arrives quietly if dinner is missed. Fatigue shifts the mind back toward older priorities. A sudden sound in the next room rearranges the body before thought has time to catch up. In these small moments, modern life becomes translucent. For an instant, the layers of comfort, planning, and control lose some of their weight, and underneath them the older human being is still there, patient and alert. That older being crossed plains, river valleys, coasts, high ground, forest margins, frozen steppe, desert stone, and storm-beaten shores without ever knowing what history would eventually become. It did not dream of cities or satellites or climate control. It knew only the next fire, the next meal, the next season, the next safe place to sleep. It survived by carrying a little more than the world should reasonably have asked of a lightly built primate. A little more cold, a little more distance, a little more hunger, a little more fear. Not enough to become invincible, only enough to continue. And from that narrow margin, everything else followed. The houses, the roads, the archives, the granaries, the medicines, the engines, the electric lights, the soft beds, the sealed windows, the heated rooms, and all the hidden systems that now stand between our bodies and the world were built by descendants of creatures who once had almost nothing between them and the weather. That is the true scale of the transformation, and perhaps also the true scale of the memory still trapped inside us. Because the body has not forgotten entirely. It has only been given permission not to remember every day. Somewhere beneath routine, beneath convenience, beneath the bright, constant hum of civilization, there remains a quieter human inheritance older than language in its deepest layers, older than nations, older than every comfort we now mistake for normal. It waits in the pulse that rises under stress, in the shiver before warmth returns, in the ache that still yields one more mile, in the strange calm that can appear when hardship becomes too real to ignore. It waits in the ancient fact that survival, before it was ever a system, was once a body continuing through the dark. And that may be the lingering image worth keeping, not a hero, not a savage, not a conqueror of nature, but a small human figure near a fading fire, somewhere on the long edge between cold earth and open night, carrying just enough of the old world inside to reach the morning.